which excites you the most, especially for the design? I'd say because I really like interior design.
I like art. I believe that applying can help me improve my skills.
I like to design, but I don't like to design like the building. I like to design more to like the furniture.
Foundation, say like the person who pursue apply art.
I choose ED because it is the best choice.
So what is AAD? AAD stands for Applied Arts and Design, consists of three major areas, which is interior design, industrial design, and conservation. Interior design course comprises in finding solutions to make interior spaces functional, safe, aesthetically pleasing, where it includes the elements of furniture, shading, materials, and lighting. On the other hand, industrial design is a combination of engineering and design, which is based on developing the concept of manufactured daily products such as cars, home appliances, and toys. Conservation course consists of a study on maintaining and conserving the heritage and art, which are ranged from decades to centuries in age. The course is taught to have a deeper understanding in chemistry, materials, and other scientific factors of the artifacts. Let's move forward to our star for the session of 2020-2021. With the rate of 44% from the first year student and a total of 28 students from the first year, please give a round of applause to these students. Up next, with a rate of 70% from the second year student and a total of 28 students from the second year, please give a round of applause to those new students. The third runner-up with a rate of 69% from the third year student and a total of 33 students from the third year student, please give a round of applause to the students. Last but not least, with a rate of 87% from the fourth year student and a total of 59 students from the fourth year student, please give a round of applause to these students. Congratulations to all of the students who managed to get the green fees for the first semester session 2020-2021. Once again, we give a round of applause to our stars.
Here are a few AAD graduates. Muhammad Farhad Muhammad Samir, from second batch majoring in interior design. He works at Petronas in interior design and project management field for 11 years. His program project is Women and Child Hospital Kuala Lumpur. Afifah binti Abdullah from 10th batch majoring in interior design. She currently works as interior designer at Benchmark Design in Kuching since 2018. She also worked as interior design, content creator for a few companies. Her prominent project is High Residence Sri Aman 2020. Sharifah Tahira beside Kamaru Zaman from second batch majoring in conservation. She works as academician, researcher at Applied Art and Design at IUM. The prominent project is Mezwalah Taha, Sabuk Haji, which is her sundial. Nur Atika binti Jamaluddin from 10th batch majoring in industrial design. She works as textile designer for Rizky Textile. The prominent project is Kitty. Muhammad Fakri Najmuddin bin Arman from 15th batch majoring in interior design. He works at Focus Coordination Care in design and retail industry, construction, and retail field. His prominent project is iPhone outlet in Setia City Mall, Newry. Muhammad Zulil bin Zainul from second batch majoring in industrial design. He currently works as assistant manager for Universitas Selangor in corporate communication field. His program project is currently in one of Sweden Trophy. Last but not least, honorable mention otherwise, Nur Isdiani Binti Syukar Jamil and Muhammad Fatma Hamzah in design. Both of them are interior design graduates.
I realized that they offer another three major areas at which besides with the most, especially for industrial design. I'd say because I really like interior design.
I like art. I believe that applying design can improve my skills.
I like design, but I don't like to design like a building. I like to design more to like the furniture.
Still at foundation, the person who pursue apply art.
Actually, it's the best choice.
So what is AAD? AAD stands for Applied Arts and Design, consists of three major areas, which is interior design, industrial design, and conservation. Interior design course comprises in finding solutions to make interior spaces functional, safe, aesthetically pleasing, where it includes the elements of furniture, shading, materials, and lighting. On the other hand, industrial design is a combination of engineering and design, which is based on developing the concept of manufactured daily products such as cars, home appliances, and toys. Conservation course consists of a study on maintaining and conserving the heritage and art, which are ranged from decades to centuries in age. The course is taught to have a deeper understanding in chemistry, materials, and other scientific factors of the artifacts. Let's move forward to our star for the session of 2020-2021. With a rate of 44% from the first year student and a total of 28 students from the first year, please give a round of applause to these students. Up next, with a rate of 70% from the second year student and a total of 28 students from the second year, please give a round of applause to those students. The third runner-up with a rate of 69% from the third year student and a total of 33 students from the third year student, please give a round of applause to the students. Last but not least, with a rate of 87% from the fourth year student and a total of 59 students from the fourth year student, please give a round of applause to these students. Congratulations to all of the students who managed to get the dean fees for the first semester session 2020-2021. Once again, we give a round of applause to our stars.
Here are a few AAD graduates. Muhammad Farhan Muhammad Samir, from second batch majoring in interior design. He works at Petronas in interior design and project management field for 11 years. His primary project is Women and Child Hospital Kuala Lumpur. Afifah binti Abdul Rahman from 10th batch majoring in interior design. She currently works as interior designer at Benchmark Design in Aceh since 2018. She also worked as interior design content creator for a few years. Her primary project is High Residence Sri Aman 2020. Sharifah Tahira, Site Kamal Samai, from second batch Penbatch, majoring in conservation. She works as academician, researcher, and applied art and design at IIUM. Her prominent project is Mezualah Taha, Tabung Haji, which is a sundial. Nur Atikah binti Jamaluddin from Penbatch, majoring in industrial design. She works as textile designer for Rescue Textile. A prominent project is flipping. Moha Fakri Najmuddin Arman from Penbatch, majoring in interior design. Books that focus on visual techniques, art in design and build industry, construction, and retail field. His prominent project is iPhone outlet in Setia City Mall, Delhi. Muhammad Zulhul bin Zainul from second batch, majoring in industrial design. He currently works as assistant manager for Universitas Selangor in corporate communication field. His prominent project is WPA Milan Outlet's philanthropy. Last but not least, honorable mention otherwise, Nur Istiani binti Syukran Jamil and Muhammad Fakri Azam bin Muhammad Zainuddin. Both of them are interior design graduates.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin shortly. To all participants, kindly mute your microphone throughout the meeting to avoid interruption. Thank you for your cooperation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning I bid to our honorable speakers, fellow lecturers, and fellow students. My name is Hirnisa Nadia Muhammad Kamil and I will be the moderator for the opening session for this AAD Week Symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the event, please stand up as we are going to sing the national anthem, Negaraku, IIUM song, and recite Asma'ul Husna. Honorable guests, you may stand now.
Share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason shall excel, shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we, the Khalifa, we will fulfill the amana. Together we make the world a better place. Forever expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of Ramadan el-Amin. Together we make the world a better place. Forever expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds, for نسألك يا من هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الرحمن الرحيم الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر الخالق البارئ المصور الغفار القهار الوهاب الرزاق الفتاح العليم القابض الباسط الخالق الخافض الرافع المعز المذل السميع البصير الحكم العدل اللطيف الخبير الحليم العظيم الغفور الشكور العلي الكبير الحفيظ المقيت الحسيب الجليل الكريم الرقيب المجيب الواسع الحكيم الودود اللجيد الباعث الشهيد الحق الوكيل القوي المتين الولي الحميد المحصي المبدع المعيد المحيي المميت الحي القيوم الواجد الماجد الواحد الصمد القادر المقتدر المقدم المؤخر الأول الآخر الظاهر الباطن الوالي المتعالي البر التواب المنتقم العفو الرؤوف مالك الملك ذو الجلال والإكرام المقسط الجامع الغني المغني المانع الضار النافع النور الهادي البديع الباقي الوارث الرشيد الصبور الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير اللهم صل أفضل صلاة على أسعد مخلوقاتك سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم عدد معلوماتك ومداد كلماتك كلما ذكرك الذاكرون وغفل عن ذكره الغافلون.
Honorable guests, you may be seated. Now, with the blessing of all the Almighty, I would like to invite Brother Nafis Izzuddin to lead the recitation of Dua. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma aj'al jam'an mubarakan wa rahmatan wa tafarraqa min ba'di tafarraqa mubarakan ma'suma wa la taj'al minhuma fina wa la ma'ana shaqiyyan wa la mahsuma. Rabbana 'alayka tawakkalna wa ilayka anabna wa ilayka al-masir. اللهم طول أعمارنا واصلحها وأسدنا وأسبنا وثبت إيماننا وواسع أرزقنا وحسنا أخلاقنا ونورا قلبنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اجعلنا من أهل الخير واجعلنا من أهل البركة واجعلنا من أهل المغفرة. اللهم اجعلنا من أهل الجنة واجعلنا من أهل الفردوس الأعلى برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اجعل مجلسنا هذا مجلسا مباركا لأصحابنا وأهل وجيرنا وصوفنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, 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 ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Brother Nafis Izzuddin. May our event today will be blessed by him and hope you will gain a lot of knowledge from the sharing of our speakers. Our theme for Symposium AED Week this year is Khair, Revitalize Art, Design, and Craft Values Towards Society 5.0. Khair stands for IIM's philosophy of Khalifa, Amanah, Ikraq, and Rahmatan lil Alamin. The objective of our program today is to address and highlight issues, challenge, and opportunities in the field of arts, design, and craftsmanship in the era of Society 5.0, human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. Now, I would like to invite Symposium Head Associate Professor Dr. Halina Muhammad Sharif to give a bit of background about Dr. Halina. She received her doctorate from the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, United Kingdom. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Architecture from the University of Newcastle, Australia, a Master in Design Science Computing from the University of Sydney, Australia, as well as Diploma in Islamic Jurisprudence Sharia from Al-Quds University College, Jordan. Her area of specialization is in the history of Islamic art and architecture, as well as digital technology applications in the visualization and documentation of cultural heritage assets. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Halina Muhammad Sharif to give her talk. Please welcome.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk TS Dr. Ahmad Rafi Muhammad Ishaq, General Manager TM Learning Center, Professor Faculty of Creative Multimedia, MMU, Special Note Speaker Mr. Wail Sabri, the Executive Director and Sustainable Earth Building Expert and Innovation Manager of Takami Sdn Bhd Malaysia, Honorable guests, respected speakers, local and international, fellow colleagues, lecturers from Department AAD, the Designex committee members who have worked tirelessly for this event, my beloved students, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning everyone. We are actually gathering here this morning in the briefing room of Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design at level 4, and we are privileged, alhamdulillah, to have all of you to join us. And this symposium has been planned, and this is the second symposium for the Department of Applied Arts and Design. Man is the center of the universe. That was the philosophy held by the Greeks that motivated them to paint, sculpt, and record the physical beauty of man in their paintings, sculptures, and architecture. You may also be familiar with the Italian designer Leonardo da Vinci with his Da Vinci Man, whereby the dynamic proportion and the golden section determined the way buildings were constructed to make sure that these structures put man in the center of the universe and as the master of everything that surrounds him. It was the same Leonardo da Vinci that in the 15th century designed a flying machine which had a wingspan that exceeded 33 feet, and the frame was to be made of pine covered in raw silk to create a light but sturdy membrane. The pilot would lie face down in the center of the invention on a board. However, many are unaware that Da Vinci was probably inspired by Abbas ibn Firnas, who came several hundred years before him, who was the first person to make a real attempt to construct a flying machine and fly. In the 9th century, Ibn Firnas designed a winged apparatus roughly resembling a bird costume, and in his famous trial near Cordoba, Spain, he flew upward for a few moments before falling to the ground and partially breaking his back. In the 9th and 10th century, many of the Greek classical works which then were buried were translated by Muslim scholars and the knowledge expanded. The beauty of the works and arts and the sophistication of design works and architecture achieved by the Muslim generations in making sure that man is the Khalifa of the world, and by making sure that these physical worlds are created to serve our purpose in life, still reverberate up till today. Under the modern scholarship, our students now learn about the Islamic architecture and the Islamic art. They learn about caravanserai, the mosques, the madrasas, the tombs, and so on. They learn how to construct geometric motifs, how to replicate these motifs on tiles, on ceramics, and they try to imitate the colors used in manuscript paintings. They also learn about the principles of Islamic garden in town planning and how a Medina, a city, is being set up and what are their components. However, the question for us remains, what happened to our Muslim minds today? Why are our students taught to imitate but they are not taught to innovate? With the dawn of industrial revolution in the 18th and 19th century, machines began to replace people in mega scale. Crafts are left to the hands of a few. With capitalism sweeping the world, the need for people to earn living and just to survive pushed even women and children to work in factories. This trend continued from IR1 to what we know now as IR4. Where are we at this stage? Where are us human beings who was master of the universe, where are we being placed, beside, at the periphery of all of this development? What has become to the centuries of knowledge and craftsmanship gained and practiced by the humankind if they, at the end, put the life of happiness, the happiness, and the future of our generation at the periphery of the physical and intelligent development? Society 5.0 seems to promise us a new paradigm where humans are finally being integrated into the big agenda, if not put first. In particular, the focus of Society 5.0 is on the following key concepts, which are parallel aspects of the society. First, a human-centered society. Second, merging cyberspace and physical space. Third, a knowledge-intensive society. And finally, a data-driven society. These are the issues that we hope to highlight in today's symposium, and I feel privileged that we have today with us a list of speakers and practitioners who are respected in their fields to share with us some of their efforts and some of the concerns in addressing the challenges on the survival of the design, art and craftsmanship in the face of Society 5.0. I would like to take this opportunity to thank, first of all, the Head of Department, Assistant Professor Dr. Arita Hanim Awang, without whose initiatives, this symposium would have been impossible. To the AAD members for their support, to the designer, especially the project manager, Faris Nabil, who is actually sitting next to me now, but you cannot see him, Ida Atira, Shuhaila, Hani, Nafis Izzuddin, Harunisa, Nabila, and Shazwani. If I miss anyone, yes, you can please raise your hands. Okay, I hope all of the speakers and the participants will have a great session. I wish all of you a pleasant journey with us. Welcome aboard and Ramadan al-Mubarak. With that, I think we will open this session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Halina Muhammad Sharif, to that wonderful speech. Now, I'd like to invite Symposium Convener, Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Shamsani Effendi Muhammadin, to give a bit of a background. Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Shamsani Effendi Muhammadin, born in Perak, Malaysia on the 40th of July 1977, he graduated with Bachelor Degree of Engineering and was graduated with Bachelor Degree of Engineering and Master Degree Engineering in Civil Environmental Management from University Technology Malaysia in 1999 and 2001 respectively. Obtained his PhD in Civil Engineering from Cardiff School of Engineering, Cardiff University, UK on March 2007. He has served 10 years with Department of Building Technology and Engineering at Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, International Islamic University, Malaysia since November 2001. He has been appointed as Senior Advisor at Athena Energy Holdings, Singapore, and awarded Professional Technologies TS in Atmospheric Science and Environmental Technology under Malaysia Board of Technology (MBOT). And recently, he has been promoted to Associate Professor on 23rd December 2020. Now, I welcome Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Shamsani Effendi Muhammadin to introduce our first speaker, Professor Dato' T.S. Dr. Ahmad Rafi Muhammad Ishaq, General Manager, TM Learning Center, Faculty of Creative Multimedia FCM from Multimedia University, Malaysia. Please welcome.
Okay, my apology. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to our MC, and also thank you to our symposium head, Assistant Professor Dr. Halina Muhammad Sharif, and also I would like to say thank you to our head of department, Dr. Assistant Professor T.S. Dr. Arita Hanim Awang, and we are honored to be here today during the second Design, Arts and Craftsmanship Symposium, DACS, with the theme this year, Revitalize Arts, Design and Craft Values Towards Society 5.0. We are honored here to have our keynote speech to be addressed by Professor Dato' T.S. Dr. Ahmad Rafi Muhammad Ishaq. So, with your permission, I would like to read a bit of your biography.
Sure, Doctor.
Okay. Okay. Okay, our dear keynote speech yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk TS Dr. Ahmad Rafi Muhammad Ishak. Currently, he's a general manager at TM Learning Center, and he's also professor at the Faculty of Creative Multimedia (FCM) at the Multimedia University Malaysia. He have a very vast experience in IT, multimedias, and I believe with his vast experience, today we're looking forward to hear his presentation and with the topic Creativity Towards Society 5.0. And again, we would like to hear also from Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk how best the current issues can be addressed, through creativity, especially moving towards Society 5.0 and also industrial IR 4.0. So a bit of his background, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk has obtained his PhD specializing in architectural animation and virtual reality. He also attached as the president and CEO of Multimedia University, MMU, from 2016 to 2020. And he also was the Deputy Chairman 1 under Creative Content Industry Guild, CCIG, Malaysia Certified Multimedia Professional. And he is also a professional technologist awarded by the Malaysian Board of Technologies, MBOT. And he is one of the guest editor and the reviewer for several local and international reviewing committee. So with his great CVs, background and experience, so I would like to welcome Professor Datuk TS Dr. Ahmad Rafi Muhammad Ishak to give his keynote speech for today's symposium. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk.
Thank you, Associate Professor Syamzani, team Dr. Harlina. First, thank you for giving me the opportunity just to share with, of course, the staff, students, and participants. I again take this opportunity to greet to all Muslims Ramadan Kareem. What I will do today for the presentation, I'll present some of the ideas, especially on Society 5.0, and I'll try to position the relation with the IR 4.0 and actually what is, I would say, then our role as a designer in any of those areas. In terms of those areas, and then I'll show one or two very short videos which will hopefully inspire we as a designer to move on in this kind of course, with this pandemic, as well as the new way of doing things. So let me, I need to start the presentation. If you can't see the second slide and so on, please alert me. Okay, please alert me, so that would be easier, because you know, in technical, in online, there are things can happen. I hope for today it will be smooth.
Inshallah, Prof.
Okay. Let me just. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now you can see the presentation, yeah?
Yes, clearly.
Right, okay. So the topic for today is creativity towards society 5.0. So I will explain what is actually society 5.0. This is something which is fairly new, which is presented by the Japanese in the World Economic Forum, which I believe which is essential to everybody. And I think we can, to become a developed country to a certain extent, this is, I would say, the one way for us to refer to. Okay, I'm going to the second slide. If you can see, just tell me. Can you see now?
Yes.
Okay, this is actually for the what is actually society 5.0. Just to keep it simple, for society 5.0, anyone can create value at any time, anywhere. We can hear in principle that things that we create at any time, anywhere. But something which is fairly important, which is make the difference of society 5.0, they highlighted about any time, anywhere, but with security and harmony in nature, with nature. You know that now quite a number of people out there, doesn't matter whether local or even at international level, we may to a certain extent abuse in terms of the nature, right? Our nature in all angles. So they are highlighting this as far as society 5.0 is concerned. So previously I would say that we are currently in, they call it society 4.0, and we are moving towards society 5.0. So five important ideas or areas that they basically are highlighted from the economic of scale, uniformity, concentration, vulnerability, and of course environmental impact. Okay, as far as economic of scale, we are talking about efficiency, but in society 4.0, we are talking about problem solving and value creation. Even I'll just give you an example. Sometimes, even in our research, we may be efficient in terms of the research, but not necessarily we are solving the people's problem. So that is one of the angles that they are looking for. More on, I would say, that value creation. So when we build building, for instance, or when we build something, for instance, what values that we are giving to the society. I think so that is basically angle that they are aiming for. Then you go for uniformity from individuality, because to a certain extent, some countries, some areas, some individuals, I would say that it is only about us. Or in my terms, I normally call about I, but we are talking about we. So in this case, that they are looking for diversity in terms of uniformity. So meaning that for all, like let's say in Malaysia, we are talking about all ethnics, for instance, diversified in terms of cultures and so on. So they are society 5.0. They are highlighting about this, which is fairly important. And then when it comes to concentration, disparity, so they are looking about from disparity, they are moving towards decentralization, because disparity to a certain extent, certain areas are just, maybe I can give example, for instance, like our region, let's say in Kuala Lumpur, is very packed, right? So the intention for society 4.0, we have to decentralize. Right, we need to decentralize. So they are moving towards that kind of ideas in terms of space planning, town planning, and a lot of other areas that they are talking about decentralization. The other important part is about vulnerability, which is in society 4.0, we I would say that anxiety in terms of we are not, I would say that unsafe in terms of that. So we are talking about resilient, meaning that in any changes, even like today, for instance, in any changes, we still can conduct this particular, of course, presentations over the online with the pandemic, for instance. So we are moving towards a very resilient society, right? So they are looking at that kind of angle as far as Society 5.0 is concerned. And last but not least, which is I think is very, very important, is on the environmental impact. I think many of us knows now about SDG. So of course they are concentrating on that from environmental constraint. They are moving towards sustainability and environmental harmony. So I myself currently involved in the with the other 11 universities, local and international. We receive a grant from Erasmus from European Union to come up with a, I would say that model for sustainability and environmental harmony as far as Institute of Higher Learning is concerned. So we are in year one. So we will be going another 2 years to come up with the proposals, which later, inshallah, of course, if everything goes well, we will basically share with all universities, even in this country. So that is basically what is Society 5.0 is concerned. So I think this fundamental is essential for us to better understand the movement towards 4.0 to 5.0. Okay. And as you know that as far as Society 5.0 is concerned, it is really related to our fourth industrial revolutions. 5 important things that they basically highlighted, of course, is about robotics, system integration, AI, artificial intelligence, AR, augmented reality, IoT, big data analytics. I had discussion with my former alumni. He's currently even in advertising and doing for big companies. Now, when it comes to advertising, for instance, or even in terms of whatever that we want to design, they are strictly based on the data analytics. You cannot say that this is what you feel that your potential customer that will buy because of this and so on. You need to show the proof in the form of big data analytics. So these are extremely important again for individuals and of course we as a designer to basically to start to understand and start to explore and to associate ourselves to these key areas. So these 5 key areas. Okay, I had my leadership training earlier. I attended in 2017. I went to Lausanne. So we had with all CEOs and so on attending the special leadership training. And the author of this book called Digital Vortex, they basically come up with the because we are one of the industries, right? We are one of the industries middle. Yeah, the whirlpool is somewhere in the middle. So during that time, because they updated this yearly. And in fact, recently I received, because we still continue the training on leadership. So in fact, for last month, so I received the latest one, which is the Digital Vortex. Authors basically share with me in terms of the industries that will experience the most digital disruptions. If you see in 2015, 2016, 2017, or even 2018, you can see that technology. So if you are involved in technology, you are the first one to either really success or to go in the whirlpool. So we are in a way hashtag number 2, which is on the media and entertainment to a certain extent. And some of us may also involve in retail. But this one is more on the customers as far as retail is concerned. Of course, number 4, financial services, telecommunication. We in Telecom Malaysia, for instance, in hashtag number 5. Of course, representing MMU also, we are of course in education. We are number 6. And if you notice that anything to do with pharmaceuticals, which is medicals and so on, including oil and gas, this is actually not to say stable, but basically they are not prone to, I would say that in terms of digital disruptions. But now 2021, you can see the difference. So now it changed. Number 1 is media and entertainment. So number 2 followed by technology. Telecommunication number 5 goes to number 3. So number 4 and 5 is actually retail and financial services. So you can see that education is going further, which is number 8, right? Education is hashtag number 8. And then last but not least, real estate and construction. We are now in the pipeline, but we are number 14, right? We are number 14. So it means that it's still far to jump into the whirlpool. So it means that, so what I meant, I went to Google earlier, again as part of the training with MDEC. So now, as you know, that Google are doing cars. They are not doing all this, what we know at this point of time. They are doing something else. So they are doing transportations, and they are, to a certain extent, people may say that they are even doing now Google universities. So these are the things that which is I think we as a designer, we need to really understand, and we need to fully aware in terms of this change. So you can see now, to me the top 5 is the most vulnerable in terms of digital disruptions. Okay, so at least you can have this kind of ideas. Okay, but what about us in terms of designers? Okay, in terms of job automation, as I mentioned earlier, IR 4.0, I highlighted about 2. We may directly involve or indirectly involved in construction. So in terms of job automation, this is the source I received from McKinsey. 40% of our job will be automated, right? So 47%. You see like accommodation, food services is of course the longest one, and this one is keep growing and growing. And you know that even like our accommodation and so on, we are no longer going agents whatsoever. We are doing ourselves. Everything online right now. So construction is 47%. Arts and entertainment is actually 41%. And these two are growing very fast. So these two are growing extremely fast. So the numbers will definitely, the percentage will grow. So this is, we need to fully aware. So if we are going to traditional method, you may be on the losing track. So that is job automation potentials. Okay, let me share in terms of, people may say that will creativity basically be changed or be automated? Okay, the ideas of from Eric and Andrew, MIT, for instance, human and machines, the ideas between human and machines, as far as creative is concerned, 3 important things that will not change by computers or by all this new technology. Number 1, anything to do with creative, it is extremely difficult to have this particular change into of machines. So the other one is social interaction. Anything to do with social interactions, and of course it cannot be changed as simple as in human concentrations. Okay, number 3, of course, physical dexterity and mobility. Okay, again, this one is anything to do with physical movements whatsoever. Again, it cannot be replaced by machines. So this is confirmed, and a lot of arguments of this. So we are, I would say that on the safe side as far as creative is concerned. Okay, in terms of disrupting technologies affecting arts and subsector, this is fairly interesting. This is from Academy Science Malaysia. So you can see that I list down here from interior design, fashion design, graphic advertising, new media, publishing, audiovisual, heritage, performing art, visual arts. So if you see in terms of mobile internet, almost all. The light blue in color is almost all. It's already penetrating that. Right? Those who are interested in 3D and 4D printing, you can see all are already involved in this, right? And then cloud technology becoming rampant and becoming extremely important. So you will see the green color almost all except fashion design and interior. But now I believe the interior designer at this point of time also will be involved in cloud technology. So that is basically the most important thing. And of course, the Internet of Things, IoT, basically already covering the entire, I would say, that creative industries or design related industries, which is the yellow in color. So that is, so you can see that automated of knowledge work is in fact all already penetrating in terms of the art subsectors. So this is extremely important for us to know that even in our teaching, even when we share our content and so on, so we are, whether we like it or not, we are moving towards this. So so these are extremely again essential for people like us, designers, that to really look into this and try to understand and try to adapt in terms of all this technology, because otherwise, if you're not doing this, somebody else will basically doing our job, and we will be invalid anymore. So that is a strong message actually when I did the training in Lausanne in terms of changing of course, and understanding the disrupting world. Okay, in terms of future of creativity, I always tell my students, even for the professionals, these are the 4 things that now being a good designer alone is not good enough. So now they are looking about, number 1, speed up, how long that you can deliver. So when I teach subject like animations and virtual reality, for instance, I deal with TV stations or even like Disney Channel and so on. So they were asking about, yes, your quality is very good, but how fast that you can deliver. So now we are talking about the speed in terms of the creative process. I think that is the future of creativity. Number 2 is connected creativity. As you know that, I'll give you example like cloud technology. Now, a lot of people are utilizing cloud technology. Now we are moving towards 5G. By 2023, Malaysia will be a full 5G nation. So that is in our My Digital that presented by our Yang Amat Berhormat Prime Minister. So just to give you an idea about how fast and in terms of creativity that we need to move quickly, and in terms of to ensure that future of creativity will be a success. The other important part is interactive interfaces. This is quite important. You will see the video that I will show after this. That we are talking about augmented reality, and a lot of applications, they are going towards interactive interfaces. So anything on static, of course, our client are not interested anymore, which is very, very difficult. So we need to really, and our customer are looking about interactive interfaces, real time if possible. So these are very important. The other part is on creative talent are in demand. Creative talent in the recent 2017 by Frost & Sullivan, we are lacking close to 8,500 in terms of the supply. So it is a lot, and it is very, very big in terms of creative talent, which is in this case are in demand. So that is basically the future of creativity, which I want to 4 important things. Okay. So this is one of the augmented reality in Symposium, London, by Cook and WWF. Okay, so this is something which is fairly interesting. What WWF and with the sponsored by Coke, looking at again, if you notice that when I mentioned about the Society 5.0, about how to harmonize and sustainable in terms of environment and so on. So this is one way of the presenting for the ideas in London Museum. Okay, this is basically top jobs skills. If you see on the left hand side, way back in 2015, creativity is number 10, which is below. But now, if you see in 2020 or even 20, they even predicted until 2025, creativity is still top 3. And of course, like critical thinking and so on. So this is extremely important. So, so you can see that negotiation, service orientation is going down. So anything to do with thinking, mindset, and so on. So I would say that is you see like complex problem solving. So this is I would say that extremely important. So this is the inclination about even choosing professionals, professions, and so on. So these are extremely important. In terms of top 10 job skills in relation to, so we have to develop ourselves and we have to develop our of course students towards this kind of orientation in terms of the subjects and of course areas. Okay, in terms of overview of Malaysian creative industry, I will not go detail, but basically just to give you an idea that in the pre-17 to pre-7th century, 1714, so it's very traditional in nature. But as you go in the 21st century, era of digital content with the entry of 3D, movies, social media, and smartphones. So this is actually, again, I involved personally when I was seconded to now is our MICC or the Ministry of Communication and Multimedia. So I did this together with PricewaterhouseCoopers to give the overall landscape about the creative industry. So so you can see that in terms of the era of digital content, the entry is already on 3D movies. Now we are talking about 4D, including of course social media and smartphones. So it's becoming extremely essential. So anything that we are doing now is towards that kind of directions. Again, so this is the landscape of that particular creative industry. So in Malaysia, when we say creative industry, these are 4 clusters. The currently our blue in color earlier, all 3 is under one ministry. Now they split into 2 different ministries. Creative multimedia, which is film, TV, radio, animation, advertising, e-publishing, games, virtual world, music recording, is currently under the ministry, which is KKMM, Ministry of Communication and Multimedia, whereas MOTEC, which is Ministry of Tourism and Culture, which is Art and Culture, as well as Heritage. So these are the 2 basically different ministries. So this is actually the landscape of creative industry. But as far as architecture is concerned, and of course building construction, it is under different ministry. But if you see around the globe, they are parked under creative multimedia. So just to give you an example, we define in principle that fast-growing industry, quite a number of under creative multimedia clusters, animation, games, and virtual world. When we say creative industry, we need to move very fast. So when I was the president of the university, I mentioned to because 60 to 70% of our curriculum and courses are, I would say, that under fast-growing industry. So in terms of the subject change, I mentioned to them, if you cannot change within 3 months, so I might as well forget it, because the movement is extremely fast. So unless you adapt to that kind of change, then only you can really follow the pace. Otherwise, you will be back behind. Stable industry is something like advertising, film, and TV, including, I would say that to a certain extent, like professional, like architecture, for instance, I would consider as a stable industry. But one thing that we need to understand, declining industry, printing and publications are so-called declining industry. So if our neighbors, for instance, like Singapore, they have declared that there will be no more, as far as printing is concerned, it is extremely, I would say, that the declining industry. They have declared that a few years ago. So that is quite important. So that is the Malaysian creative industry cluster. So in terms of key industry trends in Malaysia, these are 8 things. This one is again extremely important to those who wants to apply grant. For instance, if you want to apply certain areas, you need to basically focus on these 8 areas. So if you apply grant, for instance, if you want to do a proposal, if you are moving towards a single Malaysian identity, then you will be in priority. Anything to do with UNESCO, for instance, heritage, virtual heritage, cultural tourism, you are we consider it is extremely important. Commercialization of CI, which is creative industry. For instance, like Upin and Ipin, those who are familiar with that cartoons, originally other people, because Tuan Haji, I know very well Tuan Haji Burhanuddin, the owner of Upin and Ipin, he's from oil and gas industry, but now he's involved in creative industry. So other I would say that other professionals and professions are moving towards creative industry. So participation in terms of entrepreneurs, and then digitalization. So anything changing in terms of nature and how creative content is consumed and distributed, they are interested. And conversion of creative industry is towards a single platform, not meaning that you can access in using any platform. I would say that, for instance, like web-based, for instance. So they are interested in this kind of areas. Millennial talents, easy change job due to versatility to work from home. I'm now actually, I think, working from home at this point of time is already more than 1 year. So we are going to extend another month work from home. So I'm not being to the office very long at this point of time. So just to give you an idea that millennial talents, they are changing the jobs frequently. So that is the nature. Artistic and creative expression, increase of internet and social media use. So a lot of people are utilizing this expert for in terms of artistic and creative expression. And non-routine skills are basically routine skill are automated, but not routine skill, they will be approaching the creative people. So this is basically what we call the creative industry trends in Malaysia. And I believe that this is at least 60% are similar to other around the globe. So this is which I believe that fairly interesting for all of us people, if you are in the education sector or even if you are in a professional sector. So these are some of the areas that which is important for you to consider. So before I end this, I would like to show a very short video, and then I will end this as a creativity takes basically courage. Let me just show the video. Let me stop this. right? Give me just 1 or 2 minutes just to show, because the video it is best to show separately because due to the resolution. Let me. Okay, let me just share. Can you see the blank page?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll just play the video. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, enjoy the video.
Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business model. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, not single improvements, but complete transformations, not individual systems, but new ecosystems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, relate, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen, the future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
Okay, well, with that again, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much. So I'm open for any, of course, questions. If you want to ask me, maybe I can share with you some of my experiences. Feel free to ask. With that, again, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yang berbahagia Professor Datuk. To me, it was such like an open minding progress. You know what's going on. You know, as you're saying that speed is one thing. You know, after quality. You know. Okay, so I would like to open a Q&A session. Is there any question that you may ask at the chat box? Yeah. If you'd like to ask any question, you can write in at our chat box, and I will read through your question to our keynote speaker. Yeah. Hey?
I can see one question here from Wan Ilham. Can you elaborate on how 4D different from 3D? 4D differs from 3D. Basically, 4D, you are talking about the sense, which is our senses. One of the senses will be basically added. In terms of now, I still remember that when we talked with one of the Disney experts, they even try to digitize smell. So this was way back 15 years ago. You just imagine how fast that they are moving. So now it is available. Now it is those who familiar with Disney parks and so on. Of course, I'm not promoting Disney, but any parks in principle. Of course, customers prefer to have the 4D, which is the fourth dimensions, to basically to have that kind of sense so that you can feel you can have that kind of I would say that feeling. So these are some of the angle where they need designers, right? It's not as simple of you just engage technologies, right? You need a designer to give the right touch. Just to give the right balance, right? Because they can do wonders, but when the right time and the right way of doing things, I think that's where designer comes into place, right? So that is important. So I have another question here: how to create balance between technology and basic life skills for improvement of sustainable wellness and lifestyle?
Yes.
A good question. You see, our skills, right? Our natural skills. I'll give you an example like drawing, for instance, drawing. In our class, you see, in our 3D classes, for instance, like when we teach animations, of course, virtual reality, we have like product design and so on. Right? Go and get your pencil, go and get your pen and draw. I think that is the best thing to do. So don't show me in the form of computers as far as sketching is concerned, because at this point of time, no solutions that basically yet to really give a good success in terms of that particular moment to sketch and to draw. That's why we still encourage and we still ensure that our students basically have that kind of knowledge. So that is a way that it's not as simple as computer will not replace every single thing. Computer is very good when it comes to, I'll give you an example, when it comes to, let's say, doing 3D, right? So sometimes it is very difficult for us to visualize, then you go for 3D.
I see.
Then you can use computers. So once you understand this, so I would say that you can start to give a good balance on to suggest the sustainable lifestyle. So you have a kind of balanced lifestyle. I think this is if you understand the Society 5.0, they are looking for balance and giving a right harmony, especially with the environment. I think that is what they basically highlighted. So okay, I'll just go quickly.
We have another question there.
Yeah, my question is in the era of swifting towards IR 5.0, your point of view, do you think the education industry improved a lot in preparing new talents ready to be part of the digitally evolving workplace, especially in the higher education? I have the data actually. I have the data, but of course this is a bit sensitive and of course PNC.
Oh.
So of course, I cannot share in the general with the general public. But anyway, I have to say that you see, let me position. People ask me about you see, we talk about of course industrial revolution 4.0, of course society 5.0, right? But the way we behave now, are we reaching that, or basically are we still at 2.0, right? There's one research, even by one of our board members, real research in Malaysia, for instance, we are still to a certain extent not reaching even 3.0, right? Because I'll give you an example like 4.0, for instance, 4.0, they basically, let's say if you go in the computer, for instance, if you go to the computer, they will be advising and suggesting to you what you should look for or what you should consider. Okay, I'll give you an example now. Now what all the big boys are doing, for instance, like let's say if you are doing or buying clothes, for instance, including buying our scarf, our tudung, for instance, from the way that you behave, from the way that you purchase and so far, they will monitor and track your nature and your preferences, right? Then by the time that you go another version, before you should jump into that kind of different online shopping and so on, they already can give you advice that these are the things that you should consider or reconsider. So that's what we are looking for. But if you are still looking on, you are the one that basically looking for things and so on, you are still at 3.0, honestly.
I see.
Yeah, you are still at 3.0. So I'm just talking about something which is fairly simple, but this is, I would say that reality. Okay, as far as education is concerned, since we have students, since we have of course lecturers here and so on, honestly, I have to say that when it comes to during the pandemic, I'm not worried about the student, I'm worried about the staff. Right? Let me be blunt here, because we need to educate ourselves.
Correct.
Because we are dealing with millennials, right? We are dealing with millennials, and the nature of their business and the nature of their behavior definitely is different. So we need to change in terms of our higher education. So as I mentioned earlier, when I was the president of the university, I make sure that all fast-growing courses has to be developed within 3 months. Meaning that it has to go through Senate within 3 months, not more than 3 months. Because if you notice that if you want to do some new syllabus, if you want to change new syllabus, some universities I noticed that even up to 2 years. Right? By the time that you go, or even 1 year, by the time that you propose, is already obsolete, because the new technology, the some of the fundamentals are already changed. So these are something which is very, very serious, that I think we as, of course, academicians and of course staff, we need to look into this. And the other important part that we need to get involved, the industry. The industry. I personally even advised the minister, the former minister, don't have to mention the name, but that for our universities, we need to ensure that our staff, at least ideally, if you ask me, that if we can go even 40% from industry, I think that will give a good balance. Or the existing staff basically need to have that kind of either sabbatical, or you need to go to the industry, right? So now, for instance, like myself, when I basically when I discussed with during the chairman of TM, former chairman of TM, So he asked me to basically contribute to the industry. So now that's why I'm not physically in the university, I'm with the real industry. So now I'm leading another, because we will build TM Digital Academy. Okay, so as you know that in the coming My Digital and so on, we have a bigger role, especially on the 5G initiative and so on. So so in this case, I have to think I have to think about how to train full-time 25,000 staff. 25,000 staff. So if you plus the contract and external and so on, we are talking about at least 36,000. So how to, I think, is even a greater challenge as compared to the university. So we are doing that at this point of time. So we try to look into all those angles. And now, if you ask me, we as a company, we are now looking that we are currently doing a study that who actually need to come to the office physically. So we are doing that kind of study because I think it's I have to say that in terms of the pandemic, I think it's something I would say that brilliant idea in terms of looking at new things.
Yep.
Here, nobody is doing this or what we are doing right now. But now we are doing a lot of different ways of doing things and different angles. So I think in terms of workplace, the digital workplace, we have to relook what is physical, what is digital. So we need to design both rather than just concentrate on the typical physical class. So now you have to design the virtual class as well. With that kind of balance, then I think would be fairly good. I have another one.
Professor Dato', I think we have to cut a bit of the time.
Okay.
Okay, but again, we really appreciate your presentation, sharing with you the latest update where at least our students, our graduates, and fellow lecturers and also practitioner knows what we should do, how to catch up IR 4.0 within being and to maintain the creativity for society 5.0. Thank you so much, Prof.
Most welcome. Again, thank you for sparing the time this morning, early morning. Again, Ramadan Kareem to all of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay.
Very inspiring indeed.
Right.
Okay. So now I would like to introduce the next speaker. So I would like to read his bit of background on our special note today. That is Mr. Wa'il Sabri. Okay. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So Kundakari, that is the living traditions. So basically, Mr. Wa'il Sabri is sustainable and earth building expert and innovation manager Takamis Berhad, Malaysia. He have a background Master of Arts in Technology and Development from Oxford School of Architecture in UK, and he has vast experience in sustainable building architect and urban planner with 20 years experience in Egypt. And he used to work in the multidisciplinary projects on urban planning and architectural design, and he has managed for 4 years 10 green technology innovation networks. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our special note speaker to present your work. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and Ramadan Kareem. Thank you for inviting me for this special occasion. I will share my screen. Should be over here. So, do you see anything?
Yes.
everybody's seeing the screen now?
Yes, we can see your.
Okay. So when we say here kondekari, we need actually to talk a little bit about the term, but also a living tradition. This is what we want to do. This is not the status quo of the kondekari as tradition to highlight the objective. So when we, this is not a historic background talk, but just like to give a brief about kondekari, when exactly we started to hear about kondekari. I think this is actually Seljuk art and craft, and actually the different states and eras, the Fatimid, the Ayyubid, the Mamluk, has taken this definitely, but it was Seljuk kondekari before Seljuk. For example, if you see the Abbasi era or the Umayyad era, you will not find actually kondekari per se. And kondekari is a traditional art and craft. Actually, it's like it works on the subtractive forming of wooden pieces to be intricately interlocked, and this is always governed by subtle geometry to construct a timeless wooden panel. Timeless in terms of durability, in terms of art, completely free of glue or nails or any connecting interfaces except the interlocking. The fact here actually is that kondekari is a vanishing craft, struggling actually and surviving for a century in a vicious circle of decreasing demand and also deteriorating supply. Why kondekari in between all other crafts is actually more severe condition, has more severe condition. If you see here, responsive. Yeah. This is why, because when you get from the beginning the geometry, all the Islamic patterns, the nice ones that we love, we all love. We have different crafts actually. It starts from only taking these patterns into graphics, only paintings on the walls, like here. But also you can take this through tiling crafts. So all tiling crafts take the geometry and actually elaborate on the geometry by actually cutting the tiles that way and actually assembling the tiles with the same manner. But also we have more intricate, more complex crafts, like for example, interlocking glass with gypsum, definitely taking also the patterns as a base, as a geometry, but actually has different way of doing, like more craft in it. It has more knowledge you need to know before doing this. But at the end, kondekari we see as the highest complexity and the highest art in terms of complexity and value. At least this is my opinion. It involves a lot more than the geometry, a lot more than to have two materials try to bring them together. That's why you see from here to here, you go for complexity more. If you are going towards kondekari, you go for the doability is less if you go to kondekari. Nowadays, you find lots of schools, activities, courses on how to draw Islamic patterns and also how to color this Islamic patterns on walls, on boards, on paper, and so on. So it is a vicious circle of deterioration there's a change in the taste that happens at the beginning of the 20th century. We'll see the whole cycle, and then we'll go into details. And then there's a change in purchasing culture. And before saying anything else, how we combine heritage and this disruptive technology. It seems an innovation. It seems heritage means this very historic thing. It has to be as it is. We need to preserve it as it is, as if we are mummifying or like doing mummification for the historic cultural products. And this is what we see the conventional Preservation Act. But actually now, and for me, preservation is actually to bring this back to life, to bring all these crafts. If it has value, then should be back to life. If it is market viable, it will be naturally in the market. It will be naturally living craft. Kondikari here, for me, is not only a subject by itself, but also it highlights the possibility and giving example to how craft can be revived. So we'll put it very business-oriented way. In a business-oriented way, we have definitely on the demand side, we have a change in taste, and we have also change in purchasing culture. But on the supply side, we have very stagnant production culture. So we'll see in the next slides how we are stagnant in making kondikari. It is the same methodology that we are using till now. Yeah, maybe we bring in some tools, new tools, some power tools, some different jigs and so on, but still the same way of doing kondikari, of making kondikari. It's not only this. There's a separation between all designers. Like in these days, the designer was actually the craftsman. But in separating between crafts and design, now the designers lost the way to kondikari. They are not connected to this craft anymore. It might be taught as a historic heritage craft in schools, in centers, but not more, not taking actually designers a step forward how to design for today with kondikari. So there's a lack of design innovation. Also, there's a decreasing number of makers. You cannot believe that we have in Egypt now around like 2 only kondikari makers. In Turkey, it is better situation. They have like bunch of them. It's only a number of below 10. In Syria, we don't know if they exist or not now. If so all Arabic Spring actions and so on decrease because this is at the heart of kondikari is in this area. So there is a decreasing number of makers. Knowledge deterioration, definitely. If the knowledge is kept in the heads of carpenters, of kondikari makers, it means that if Hassan dies, then we'll lose all the knowledge with Hassan. And imagine even if the knowledge is not complete in every single head. So Hassan, for example, has the different amount of knowledge and type of knowledge than Mustafa. So this is what is happening. We have even gaps already. We have gaps in knowledge. We have some knowledge that is lost already now, but also deteriorating knowledge that the kondikari makers now is doing kondikari not authentically because they lost some knowledge. We'll see this in detail. Skills deterioration, definitely. So people at this domain of craft, they spend all their life learning, getting trained, practicing kondikari to be able to do everything in the process. But this is not the case now. There's a doubtful young people that who see there's no demand already. So why I jump into this skill, into this craft that actually needs for me to dedicate all my life in something that will not, that we cannot be based for life and so on. So this is all the process, all the problems in the in the demand, in the supply side leads to increasing prices. So imagine this is not a linear cycle. It is actually more organic. It means that there's a quite interrelationships between these bubbles in different ways. We have low demand, we have weak supply. But I will jump to give you an idea about how we should tackle this. And then we jump into the details. So definitely we need to preserve the knowledge. Not only preservation of the knowledge, but democratization. Imagine that knowledge that in head of Hassan, that he spent all his life collecting this information and learning and so on. He is not willing to give this knowledge to another person. This is a problem. The other problem is Hassan already vanishing. And the knowledge, there's no documentation. So when you search over net, when you go to libraries, you will not find a lot. You will find lots of information about Islamic patterns, geometries, generations, and so on. But you will not find something on Kondikari deep and comprehensive. So we need to preserve and democratize the knowledge. The other thing, we need to have a disruptive production process. It is totally different that we used to do. We need less production time. We need less labor intensive. This is the only way we can address the demand. The demand, the value should be reasonable. So money against value should be reasonable. When we have this knowledge, we have knowledge instead of manual skills. Now, Hassan has knowledge and has manual skills. If you got the knowledge and you don't have the manual skills, you cannot do Kondikari. So you need to do both. You need to dedicate your whole life for this too. But we need actually to separate knowledge from skills. We need to work on knowledge, democratization, and actually instead of thinking that we might be able to train 1,000 Kondikari makers for 20 years to be a good skillful ones that can work with manual skills, very good to be able to produce or make Kondikari. But with this, the three, so if we preserve the knowledge, democratize the knowledge means like actually sharing this knowledge to all. We develop a new way to produce that makes us more market viable. If we remove the obstacle of skills, manual skills, then we'll give possibility for designers to turn to be designers, makers. And this is what Hassan was at the beginning. So Hassan was a designer and was the maker. We have, by digital technology now, we are in a very specific point of time that we can now, not before, we can do this. We can turn designers into designers makers. In this case, with this all, definitely we can give better value for money. So let us go a little bit inside. Change in taste, definitely. People need more simple, functional, usable, comfortable, more applications. You can see the furniture in that era. You can see, it is nicely looking, but not comfortable, not simple. And definitely it's not only chairs and couples we need to do or to use Kondikari to do, but we can extend this applications. And I give example, when you innovate in this particular point, the design, you might start with mixing designs. I need to click another one. if you see at the left side, this is like a Scandinavian. This is German furniture. This is IKEA type thing, okay? And if you can just like bring the kondikari to simplify the kondikari and introduce the kondikari characterizing this Scandinavian furniture, you might come with different solutions, different looks. And the next thing is only the start. But actually our target is to create totally new product lines with kondikari. The change in purchasing culture, definitely. People are more price-oriented now, price-centered, and also going from customized. So all people who were going to the carpenter to do jobs, to do certain pieces, but now they are more into the standard designs. And we need to figure out how we can tackle this. We need to divide the value chain. We need to recreate, to reinvent the value chain of kondikari. We might have online stores for kondikari standard components, and it works like a Lego type. You can see this part is how, yes, you can actually sell this for the number that you need to do this panel, to do bigger panel, and so on. So why not? Online stores for on-demand kondikari manufacturing businesses. So yes, I can order from kondikari Baba, like Alibaba, for example, a certain piece of kondikari product, and then I will wait for a certain time of lead time, and then it will come to me. This will open the gate to customization if we have in mind that the manufacturing will be digital. Yes, you can also have walk-in kondikari co-manufacturing centers. You don't have to own the tools. You need only to have in your area a kondikari co-manufacturing center, and you are a designer to go to this center and actually to manufacture whatever kondikari pieces or kondikari products you need. So we need to think definitely on how we sell kondikari, how we connect the demand to the supply. On the other side of the demand, the supply side, it is extensive manual work. If you look at how they work, how they cut this pieces, so all these pieces should be marked before, and the mark should use a certain type of what we call it choka, which is like a piece of wood with nails, actually to mark the centers, and then you have to actually cut the centers, and then you have to do all this process to do the manufacturing. And in every, yes?
Yes, sorry to interrupt your sharing, Dr. Harvey. You have 5 minutes left for your sharing.
5 minutes left?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go fast.
Thank you.
So digital manufacturing could be, it is viable, it is done, all the proof of concept has been done. We have done several machines for this, and if you see this one is the final version for the machines that can actually produce final components on one machine with one mount for the raw material. I will not go through this. Yeah, this is the machine. It's sketchy, but I have actually full drawing for that. The knowledge distortion, we have all the makers violating authenticity factors, geometry generation, structural system design, and making processes, all these violated. And to see this, you need to see that there's authentic geometry generation and inauthentic, but we need to preserve the authenticity in geometry generation, and this would be the base for all the digitization. Even the structural authenticity is violated. Instead of having this all interlocking that gives the possibility for wood to move, you have actually glued pieces on a board, violating the authenticity of the structure. the making itself, and instead of doing this interlocking with this all details, they use CNC routers and the digital technology wrongly, doing only the shape of Kontekari with no value, actually, producing no value. We need to digitize and democratize the knowledge, all the process, geometry, generation, structural system, and so on. And also we need to make all these guys know-how available. Digitization here, I'm talking about from the geometry to the product. This all is being now developed in a form of parametric modeling. So, and the parametric modeling, if you know that it's a form of 3D modeling, but it's not only 3D. It has lots of information embedded in to preserve the knowledge of the making. But with all this digitization, Kontekari Wiki will be as objective actually to share and update all this information and make this available for everybody. I think that's it. If anybody has a question, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wa'il Sabri. You have been presenting within the time given. And then for the participants, you may keep your question towards the end of the session. Then you can start to type your question to all the speakers. Okay, without further ado, I have the honor also to welcome our colleague from Department of Applied Arts and Design, Assistant Professor Dr. Nozali Farzana Abidin, founder and advisor of Jungle School Gombak Malaysia, JSG, one of the flagship of International Islamic University Malaysia. And in 2020, she have won more than 3 international awards for her work. Yeah, so we really appreciate her experience to be shared today. Yeah, so I think a bit of the background. She have done her PhD in built environment interior at UITM, and her specialization in Islamic and Malay arts, architecture and heritage. And she also the designer for the most, obtaining GBI as interior and architecture. And now lots of her work on indigenous community engagement. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Nozali Farzana Abidin. You have 20 minutes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Alhamdulillah, I am here. We are here together to share our experiences and a bit of knowledge which are being given by Allah. And I would like to start with my presentation. Okay, today I'm going to share with all the audience and the participants on the title of Rejuvenating the Indigenous Orang Asli Cultural Arts Towards Global Recognition. It is the sharing of what IUM Jungle School Initiative and Jungle School Gombak Malaysia have done so far since 2011 and 2019, and Alhamdulillah in 2020, while we are having our lockdown, we participated in an international competition and obtained some international awards. Okay, these are the beautiful heritage. If you can see, people, I think people around the world do not know much about Orang Asli community, and these are the kind of arts and craft, and it becomes a fashion. So I think, so you can see the beautiful Orang Asli. So we have 18 tribes Orang Asli in Malaysia, and you can see how beautiful. If you see on the left bottom, on the right side is the batik. she is from the Batik tribe, which is the oldest living DNA in the world, the Batik people. Okay, this is the ethnics that we have in Malaysia for the Orang Asli, and you can see we actually have 18 tribes in Peninsular Malaysia. If you are relating back to the Orang Asal, which is they are in Sabah and Sarawak, we have 42 ethnic in Sabah and 38 ethnic in Sarawak. Okay, this is about us, Jungle School Gombak Malaysia. We have been practicing since 2011. It is about leadership. We want to empower the Orang Asli. When we talk to the elderly of the Orang Asli people, they say that they are having their dying cultural heritage, whereby the youngsters are no longer practicing their culture. So it is very, very critical. So myself in IUM and Major Kalampi, he is from Simalai tribe. And we form and discuss with the elderly people in Gombak, and we feel that they need to actually share their traditional environmental knowledge and arts and craft to the public. And they have agreed, and they feel they become part of our experts for the activities for the Jungle School. So Jungle School helps to empower the indigenous people in Malaysia, especially the ones who are living in the Gombak, and to share the cultural knowledge and expertise. So this is way back in 2011. I have created this master planning for 15 years. Now we are already 10 years, and Alhamdulillah, when we formed the Jungle School is running all activities in all phases. So we do it in such that we do a lot of collaboration with government agencies, NGOs and corporate people, and even individuals who like to help the Orang Asli. For us, we feel that the way to help the Orang Asli community, the other indigenous people here in Malaysia, is to actually support the way to for them to living their cultural heritage, rather than imposing the kind of activities that they are not so interested, because they love to take care of their environment. Okay, this is the objective of our presentation for the day. IUM Jungle School Initiative is a flagship since 2019, 1.0 and 2.0, whereby the partners is Jungle School Gombak Malaysia. So we form our training teams and volunteers, and we have the Orang Asli themselves to become the talents to introduce their beautiful indigenous cultural arts to the public. So we are creating the platforms to showcase the expertise of Orang Asli, and they are sharing back to the public. And the innovation that we have done is actually Jungle Schools become the edutourism attraction, whereby this helps the Orang Asli to improve their socio-economic. Okay, this is our story. We formed the idea back in 2011, and then we set up our social media to create more empowerment, more to get people to know more about Orang Asli. So we formed under the social media, and we did the marketing to assist the Orang Asli. And what we did is like, in order to introduce a dying heritage, we come up with a kind of a rebranding approach. So what we did, we discussed with Tourism Selangor and the Orang Asli. We create a Malaysia Book of Record, a giant kerchang puzzle. So it is one of the, now it's been gazetted as our national heritage, the kerchang puzzle. And it has also been, and in 2018, we were honored to get the UNESCO representative to visit Jungle School Gombak. Okay, in 2019, Alhamdulillah, our Tan Sri Rector, Tan Sri Zul, he has invited Jungle School Gombak Malaysia to be part of the partner, and I am now become a flagship IUM has formed a flagship project in order to do a research collaboration. So for the 2020 and in future, we love to see how we can come up with a lot more collaborative, because we feel the way to sustain any cultural heritage is towards collaboration efforts, and this you can relate towards the UNESCO SDG as well as the 5P approach. So this is what we have discovered. We managed to discover 2 orang asli elderly who was been given, they have actually received Best Weaver in Southeast Asia. So back in 2004. So UNESCO has given these 2 beautiful ladies. They are very, very talented, and they have that set of skills whereby it's been recognized. And on the right side, you can see actually we have discovered another research which was being done by Professor Zafarina in University Science Malaysia. She has discovered that actually orang asli Batak in Malaysia, most of them are living in Pahang and Kelantan. They are the oldest living DNA in the world, 60,000 years. So if you see on the left side, the green dot here, okay, is the actually the indicator whereby it's 60,000 years, and you can see here it's actually the Aborigines as well as the Papua New Guinea indigenous people. So we have our beautiful Batak people who are actually the oldest living DNA. They're still living, but they are decreasing in number. Okay, we create a National Heritage Award together with Jabatan Warisan Negara. So we managed to gazette this as the Kerchang as part of a national heritage, and this is the examples of and the certificate that we have obtained for the Malaysia Book of Record. The giant Kerchang is actually 32 feet, where we managed it back in 2018. So these are the kind of activities that we do in UIE as well as outside. And we also have recorded the Kerchang documentary for submission to UNESCO together with Jabatan Warisan Negara. So Alhamdulillah, in 2020 when we are locked down, okay, Alhamdulillah, I have the time to actually submit some competition. So we submitted in ICANN, whereby it is a innovation competition among 68 countries, and Alhamdulillah, Jungle School have won Gold Medal Award, Special Award, and Committee Choice Award. And on the left side, recently we have obtained the Green Project Management Sustainable Award from Malaysia under the Project of the Year 2020. Alhamdulillah. Okay, this is some of the documentation. Our advisor is actually Datuk Daud Bakar, our president of IUM. And I would like to show you the submitted finalist video that we have sent for to Canada.
Really understand it until you actually see it coming at you in a wall of flame.
China's most polluted. In fact, by some
the worst plague of locusts in decades.
Massive forest fires in the Siberian, a 6.4 earthquake in multiple aftershocks, rocking the island just a day after a 5.8
We are in the
earthquake.
midst of the 6th mass extinction, with up to 200 species going extinct every single day. We already have all the facts and solutions. All we have to do is to wake up and change.
Saya Major Kalam bin PA, GDM, Bersara. Sekarang saya berada di fasiliti Universiti Malaya Research Center.
Assalamualaikum, saya Assistant Professor Dr. Nurzali Fazana Abidin dalam Department Applied Arts and Design in Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, UIAM, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia. Ikut the term bawah United Nations, they call it aborigine. So when we say indigenous, maksudnya orang yang asal. Tapi untuk Peninsula Malaysia, we call them orang asli. We've been helping them since 2011. So we spoke to a few of orang kampung. When we talk to them and they explain, they express their concerns on the youth, the concerns of the dying heritage of their culture. Professor Charles Hopkins and Catherine Cole, they say that this should be replicated to other parts of the world. He was mentioning that because they have been doing a lot of research on indigenous as countries. Well, 40 countries. So he said Gombak is the only one and only village that have 10 tribes living together harmoniously. What we do is like Jungle School Gombak Malaysia, we are showcasing their talent and they become the facilitator who are going to interact with the public and teaching the public. Now we are grooming the family unit because to us, family unit, kalau if you groom tu, they're more sustainable. Now they are more responsive in such that they get excited and motivated. Dia rasa proud to say that they are orang asli sebab dia tengok orang interested with the culture. Jungle School Gombak Malaysia is the platform. So when we start to showcase and rebranding, maksudnya this is the gems of the orang asli. Even batik people, they are the oldest living DNA in the whole world. So 60,000 dia punya living DNA. So yang tu Prof Zafarina from USM, dia dah share to us this year.
We show the people how to start fire.
So the weaving took place, the cooking in the bamboo took place. So even have bamboo tea, learn how to survive in the jungle. The indigenous knowledge is the living sustainable knowledge.
Whatever the orang asli is doing, there's no plastic. Everything is sustainable. Everything is biodegradable. They have to be in the jungle and the jungle needs the orang asli.
We can actually replenish back our jungle. So we have to empower the orang asli back to take care of the jungles.
みんなで広めていった方がいいと思います。人によると思うけど、私はストレスはないけど、考えるのは楽しい。
Okay, Alhamdulillah. So we have another surprise video for our fellow AADians. Okay, so this has gone into TV3.
Bila tengok tu, daripada ada seni yang amat unggul tapi tidak diketahui oleh masyarakat umum. Nama saya Assistant Professor Dr. Nurzali Fazana Abidin. Saya adalah founder, pengasas kepada Jungle School Gombak Malaysia, di mana kami membantu masyarakat orang asli. Okay, aktiviti yang kami laksanakan yang pada tahun lepas yang agak besar adalah Malaysia Book of Record, di mana kami membantu Encik Rahman Bakrin, dia daripada suku Semai, untuk membuat kercang gergasi lah yang bersaiz 32 kaki. Di mana sambil tu kami berjaya mewartakan kercang sebagai salah satu warisan negara. Kalau mengikut bulanan atau mengikut tempahan adalah aktiviti jungle trekking dalam hutan. Cabaran yang kami hadapi adalah untuk mendapatkan semua level of masyarakat untuk bersama-sama membantu orang asli dan juga di kalangan orang asli untuk sama-sama bersatu hati. Dan anak-anak muda mereka dah kurang membentuk identiti dan menjaga warisan. So ni hasrat daripada kaum-kaum ibu dan juga kaum-kaum orang tua di kalangan masyarakat orang asli. Harapan saya adalah kami Jungle School Gombak Malaysia akan dikenali di peringkat Malaysia kebangsaan dan juga di peringkat dunia. Sebab sekarang ni kami bekerja dengan UNESCO untuk membantu mempertengahkan dan mewartakan hasil budaya mereka, hasil kesenian mereka di peringkat antarabangsa.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. So we managed to get the acknowledgement from UNESCO ESD, and these are the kind of activity that we do together. It's a CSR activity whereby for this particular exhibition we have Maybank and as well as Petronas to come and do CSR activity. Okay. Okay, so we did this with our students of AAD and KAID students together with landscape architect students, whereby we invited the scientists from University Malaya to do interpretation work in Gombak, since they have their own research center within the Gombak area. And these are some of the records and activities that we do. This is how I actually presented to Malaysia Book Record. And why the need of innovation and sustaining? It's about the relevancy towards the current needs. We want to expand the design competition or even some of the cultural heritage activities in getting recognition for the global needs. And this can actually help to improve the socio-economic of and the livelihood of the Orang Asli community. Okay, these are some of the sustainable impact, environmental impact, economic impact.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so we have beautiful Kelarai pattern. Okay, from the Orang Asli. These are some sets of the beautiful, unique products that Orang Asli have. And these are some of the works from AAD students. They are now in year 2. They learn from the Orang Asli, the weaving arts, and they actually demonstrate how the techniques of the weaving is being expanded towards innovation. So these are some of the visitors. This is us. Okay, the organization chart, the beautiful Orang Asli facilitators. Okay, our team from UIA, and that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nozalifa, again for following our time given, and again we wish you the best for the upcoming years. Yeah, and we do see very important how to empower our indigenous friends for their better future. Okay, without further ado, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Miss Wafa Al-Hudifi. Okay, Miss Wafa Al-Hudifi, she's from Omani Architectural Heritage Al-Rozna. Sorry, there's a title, yeah? Okay, her background is she graduated from College of Engineering. Present her work with the title Omani Architectural Heritage Al-Rozna, Shelf in the Wall Cavities, Al-Bait Al-Ali, a case study. Please welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brother and sister, Ramadan Kareem Mubarak, inshallah. Thank you for having me. So I will represent my presentation. I'll share it. Is it clear for everyone? Can you please tell me if it is clear?
Yes, sister.
Yes, sister.
Okay. Today, inshallah, I'll be talking about Omani architecture heritage al-Rozna, which is a shelf in the wall cavity in Al Bayt al-Ali as a case study. Nowadays we find furniture showrooms spread widely. We find varieties of furniture pieces that makes me thinking about how Omanis lived in a period while no pieces of furniture were available, being surrounded actually by old settlements or the haras. And as an interior designer as well, always the Rozna attract me, which I understand then it's became like clear to me that it was the solution to Omani society's need. It was a way of life. This research actually is part of my master. So first of all, I would like to show you what is Rozna exactly, as it is a new feature for you. Rozna actually, it's a geometric cavity. From the picture you can understand. It's a geometric cavities in the shape of the shelf in the belly of the wall. A Rozna is used to store and display household utensils, books, Quran, women's belongings in artistic and aesthetic way. A Rozna combinations, it's a rawazin in Arabic language, which is a place inside the wall. Actually, obviously, Sultanate of Oman is rich of ancient architecture heritage, where old settlement or old haras are there, which is with a huge number, which each hara actually included the houses, many or 100 houses, mosques, forts. These hara with 100 houses constructed with the local raw materials such as mud, wood, stones, and many of these haras or settlements are classified on the UNESCO World Heritage List. The Omani architecture has received actually increasing interest from the concerned authorities through the systematic studies, research. Nevertheless, the essential element that formed the Omani houses didn't get the detailed study. So the research or the paper aimed to shed a light on the importance of Rozna by studying it in a detailed form from the construction and aesthetic side. Actually, it's also aimed to investigate the functional aspect of Rozna, which demonstrate through the case study in one of the essential settlements that have proven that the Rozna is a way of life. As you see from the picture here, the Omani's hara or the settlements. As you see from the picture, the hara of Bilad, which is one of the biggest hara in Wilaya of Manah, which is one of the most important and most significant hara in Omani history, which consists also of 376 houses which built of mud. So the houses actually, or the most houses, consist of two floors that usually take a square and rectangular shape, constructed from a local materials such as clay, stone, and wood, as you see from the pictures. The statement of the problem, actually, the lack of the specialized study on interior design of a vernacular architecture, most of the study talk in general. Lack of awareness among the designers and architects of the importance of transferring elements of Omani's architecture and interior design in the modern design in order to ensure its continuity, of course. The disappearance of a Rozna element in contemporary design, although it's not only aesthetic, but it has important functional purpose. The significance of the research, the documentation on Rozna, which is not there any detailed study about it before in a vernacular architecture, and it's also very good to understand how Omani cultures has resulted in interior design. It will endeavor to provide the responsible parties like Ministry of Heritage, Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Tourism, and municipalities with a relevant academic work that gives a share to their ongoing efforts to preserve the Omani culture. It will also provide a learner with some insight about Omani contemporary design are built in a way that merge both authenticity and the modernity. Similar culture from the countries of the region can benefit from this documentation because there is countries like GCC countries, UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, are affected by Omani architecture and rarely find Rosna in other culture. So the objective of this research is to inventory the typology of the Rosna at a different type of residence and type of space, to identify how a Rosna integrated use in a cultural way of living. So the study aims to follow the case study qualitative by inventory and analysis services, opinions and views, interview the Omani expert who can trust them, like people who have coexisted with the old Omani buildings, owners of the old Omani houses, and grandparents. Of course, we interview the professional like architects, interior designer, projects, and so on, to visit sites and observe, and to measure sketching drawings as well. Al-Bayt al-Ali is the main case study. The house considered the best choice for studying Rosna due to its location, which create diversity in its location, which is near to the main entrance of the Hara. The house age is estimated about more 150 years. It went through the restoration phases and preserved all the elements features. As you see from the picture here, Al-Bayt al-Ali. Al-Bayt al-Ali in English we call the high house. Al-Bayt al-Ali, it's here. This is the location of Al-Bayt al-Ali. This is the old Harat al-Bilad, or the settlement al-Bilad. As you see, it's near to the main entrance, which is called Al-Sabah entrance. So the plan, as you see, which is highlighted on a green color. Now it's very important to understand the private and the public places or areas on this and on Al-Bayt al-Ali, because it's make different on Rosna design. So the ground floor is the high house consists of 2 floors normally, where each floor has its task, its functions, like the ground floor, which is on an orange color. As you see, it's specialized in service, in storaging dates, and other housework. But the first floor, which is highlighted with the green color, it consists of the rooms, councils, board, cooking place, and guest room, child rooms, and the defense area, as it is military house. So the Rosna characterized to be the Rosna has a structural and design characteristic, actually, and a functional characteristic. Let's start first with the structural and design characteristic, which is going to cover the geometry shape of the Rosna, the wall thickness of the old Omani houses, and the room size. So, as you see from the picture, the Rosna as a geometry shape, it's slightly from the floor of the earth to the height about 1 meter. The height of the Rosna itself range from 18 to 120 centimeter. The width of the Rosna is 65 to 100 centimeter. The depth of the cavity range from 14 to 35. Now you can see that the Rosna have different type and shape. From the picture, we observe that the Al-Bayt al-Ali have a 3 type of a Rosna. You can see the single Rosna ending with pointed arches or horseshoe shape. As you see, this is a single Rosna. And this is also the two thread rectangular rosna that have two section for displaying, and the other one, it has also 3 section, which is in this picture as you see. So we realized that the 2 section of the rosna, or 2 thread of rectangular rosna, it's founded on the first floor, because first floor, as you know, it's for guests and bedrooms, for boards and majlises and everything. So it take more, they take in account how they are designed. It should be more luxury. It should be bigger. It should be fit the use of the rosna. Okay. Now, previously, when we talk about the wall thickness, previously the wall of the vernacular architecture actually was thick, sometimes thicker than meter, 100 to 120, as you see from the picture. This thickness actually in the external walls aims to strengthen the structure, and it's also solve the summer temperature. The material used actually of the rosna, rosna will reduce the material used of the extra weight on the building constructions. So it's a big chance to have a rosna everywhere in each rooms. Here it shows the room size of the Al-Bayt Al-Ali. The rooms in Al-Bayt Al-Ali comes with a height of 3 meters, and it may increase, it may shorten. Some rooms, in some rooms, the area does not actually exceed the 3 meters by 3 by 4 or 3 by 2.5. It's a small in size, so that it's usually does not accommodate the size of the furniture pieces. So our culture, the Omani architecture actually formed our culture, which is, as you see from the picture here, the Omani people are sitting on the earth using cushion, laying, eating, chatting, without no using of furniture, cabinet, sofas, chairs, whatever. We are sitting in the earth in the old time. So there is no place to add any kind of furniture because of the room size. The door and window rosna, actually, windows and door rosna, windows construct with the shelves unified with the rosna, and also the doors carry a rosna in the top of the door, whereas there is a deep cavity, as you see, also as you see on the picture itself. Now, after understanding the structural characteristic of the rosna, there is a functional characteristic, which is the surprising. The displaying values we know already, but we discover there is another purpose for the rosna, such as lighting, ventilation purpose, for defense and protection purpose, cooking and preparing food purpose, hanging water containers. So now, displaying value. What to display on the rosna? We display actually books and Quran, written letters, poetries, collection that have a great interest among Omanis actually since ages. Omanis normally proudly display those kind of books in a rosna as a proof of their culture level. They are displaying it on the main councils in front of everybody or in front of visitor eyes. Also, to display women beauty collectibles, like Omani women have mastered in an innocent way of displaying their valuables collectible related to their beauty, such as perfume, oil, rose water, sandalwood, saffron, metal cans, and everything related to her beauty. The luxurious utensils, it's also familiar that many of the rosnas filled with elegant utensils like cups, which is brought from the China, Africa, India through the trade. There is also lighting and ventilation purpose. As you see, a Rosna design with a circular and triangular holes. You can see from the picture for ventilation and lighting, which is enable the direct sunlight to enter into the rooms and the spaces. It will also allow the cool air to enter and hot air to exit during the summer. As you see here, the opening and the sketch. For protection and defense purpose, as you see from the picture, also there is a military Rosna comes in front of the houses at the edge to form protections for homes and neighborhood. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but you have 5 minutes left for your sharing.
It's used for gun shoot, also for pouring the hot oils for defensing. You can find it on the here, as you see, on the edges of the Al-Bayt Al-Ali. For cooking purpose, also it's also grabbed my attention that there is a Rosna for cooking, for especially cooking the Omani coffee for hospitalities, because we found this kind of Rosna in boards actually and majlises. So it's a hole in with a 15 centimeter diameter. They enter the fire woods and burn it. You can see from this picture there is a sculpture of flames, and it's also in black color because of the effect of smokes or resulted by burnt smokes. And there is also a purpose for hanging jahla. We call it jahla, which is a water container. It's an Omani traditional style at that time, where they are trying to cool their water by having these kind of containers, which is jahla. And they have a hook on the shelves. You can see how they are hanging things like a jahla. For conclusion and recommendation, this paper actually matters to provide details of Rosna for research, concerned authorities, generation, and neighborhood countries. Also, it's not to lose the legacy of the essential details which form the Omani architecture due to the process of changing, restoration, and investment of the ancient sites and house. Also, to not forget that the nature has a role to hiding many essential facts and details. I recommend that to complete the research in features similar to Rosna in detailed and systematic way. Also to study the possibility to see development in a Rosna idea to ensure its continuity. At the end, I would like to show the Rosna in different settlements, in different houses, as I covered about 12 settlements, each settlements about 100 to 200, sometimes with more than 300 houses. So now this is another purpose actually appear in other settlement, which is a hole inside, as we see, a hole inside the Rosna, which is to protect their money. It's like a money box or a bank inside the Rosna itself. Here, to zoom out this this picture, it will be in zoom, as you see here. It has like small doors and cavity inside. So also here we found it in Harat al-Aqar, in Wilaya of Bahla. We found a different interesting type of Rosna. It has its own style, as you see from the pictures. Here I found a colorful Rosna paint. It shows also another style of Rosna in Harat al-Busaid, in Wilaya of Manah, in different houses. As you see, the colors, the paint, the designs. Here, the tree of the life. You can see here, because of the roof, it's collapsed, so I couldn't took a better picture than this, but you can see all the details here, there. Here also in Harat al-Hamra or Misfat al-Abriyin, in Bayt al-Safa, you can see here a new type of Rosna, which have four levels of Rosna, so which is very tall, very high, very massive. Even here we find another also type of Rosna. Maybe they, after some time, they try to cover the Rosna by adding these wooden cupboards, drawers, and everything. So that's it, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wafa Al-Hudfi, for following the time given. Okay, now I would like to open for Q&A session. So for the participants, you may type the question and we will highlight to our presenter and they will answer your question accordingly. Okay?
And Dr. Sham, this is for everyone, kan?
Yes, this is for everyone. Okay, perhaps I could start first. For Mr. Wail Sabri, what is your future plan to see Kundakari to be accessed to all as part of the living tradition?
Okay, the plans now, I'm approaching different facilities, the British Museum and Barakat Trust, to fund the preservation of the knowledge. This is the first step. I have a bunch of knowledge, a good amount of knowledge about the subject, but the point here that we need to be with two Kundakari, from 2 to 3 collaboratives, one from Cairo and 2 from Turkey, and actually to have like a 3 months workshop on actually gathering all, to have like a comprehensive coverage for all types of information about the making process. And at the same time, I'm going on the development of the last version of the machine. This would be a great opportunity for me to be with the 3 brothers, and we will be working to refine the design in a way to be able to produce the prototype and so on. So this has been proposed to the 2 organizations, the British Museum and Barakat Trust.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wais Sabri. Okay, we have a question to Ms. Wafa. How was the design of Al-Roznah evolved together with the contemporary Omani society?
Actually, the Rozna nowadays in contemporary Omani houses, we can find it actually. We can find it, but it's not in the same design. It's not in the same dimension, because we are now using the new traditional materials. In the old or the past time, the wall thickness actually gives another design of the Rozna. So now we can find it built by a gypsum board, sometimes with a depth with 15 centimeters only. They add some decorative gypsum board as well, some spotlight. That's it. That's what's happened now in contemporary architecture.
Okay, I'm just going to continue a question to you. Well, basically, can you share what is the temperature and relative humidity like in Al-Roznah? Al-Roznah, Oman. What is the temperature and also relative humidity percentage in Al-Roznah?
Actually, I don't know exactly, but we are here in dry, hot, humid climate. So here the heat it's reaching more than 50 Celsius here. So it's very hot actually. So using the old materials, I think, I believe as the old approve that. The old Omanis approve that the mud and the clay have the main role actually to reduce the high temperature. So of course in summer you will find it more cooler inside the house itself.
I see. Okay, thank you for your answer. Okay, we have another question for Mr. Wais Sabri. How different is the original Kundakari and the modern one, since the techniques are only passed down only to the ancestor and not documented as you mentioned?
Yeah, fortunately, there is like a continuous line of technology transfer through people. So what we have, what Kondikari we have today is actually identical and authentic as the original Kondikari. The problem is that it's only like 2-3 makers in the world that who has these qualities. The others, they have distorted Kondikari, distorted geometries, distorted knowledge about the structural design of the panel, and also distorted making processes, knowledge on making processes. But definitely, yes, that's why these 3 collaborators that I selected, they are the 3 are authentic, and they inherited this knowledge through a continuous line of knowledge transfer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wais Sabri. I have one question for Dr. Zalifa. You have done quite interesting works. Perhaps you could share what does UNESCO looking at Gombak settlement indigenous? I mean, what make them so attracted to Gombak Jungle School?
Okay. Actually, when they visited in 2018, they were mentioning about Gombak is the only village of the indigenous who are having 10 tribes living together, whereby the other parts of the world there is only a single tribe. So they want to see how the various tribes are living harmony and how they are actually living in with their current condition, and they love to see how the cultural heritage going towards preservation. And what Jungle School is doing now, we are showcasing the talents of Orang Asli community. We do get invitation from Jungle School, from other villages to assist them to set up more Jungle Schools, inshallah, in Sabah and Sarawak, as well as other villages. And now we are going towards enhancing about sustainability. So when we say sustainability is a kind of a cultural heritage which needs to be retained, and you need actually to sustain it in such that it enhance the identity of the tribe, especially the indigenous people. So the way they are actually transferring their knowledge is from the grandparent towards the parent, and it's not been documented. And now even the tribe are actually getting extinct. They are getting lesser and lesser. And of course, not much documentation about their knowledge. And these are the efforts that we want to do together with our tourism ministry, our Jabatan Warisan Negara, as well as UNESCO. So they feel that it has to be enhanced, since our Batik people is the oldest living DNA in the world, and they are getting extinct. Together with the cultural heritage, there should be a way of sustaining the culture and re-educating the youngsters in such that it can carry out the knowledge. So having the technology will definitely help in documenting, especially the big data, and inshallah I have set up a Jungle School studio whereby we are going to do a bit of an animated series. It's like the one Moana punya film kan.
Yes.
So these are the way we outreach to the youngsters. It's like a teaser to get everybody to learn and embrace themselves and sustain themselves, and appreciating nature. I think the indigenous people around the world, they are the ones who are actually sustainable people. They've been practicing their culture, their heritage, and they are not actually harming the environment and the animals. They do know, they have their sets of traditional environmental knowledge which are not been fully documented. So far, Orang Asli or indigenous people around the world, they do not want to share their knowledge. So when the Gombak, 10 tribes of the Gombak Orang Asli people, they say that it's time for them to share. And this is where the effort from IUM as well as Jungle School Gombak Malaysia, together with the orang asli themselves, because they are the one who are actually initiating and discussing what they want and how they want to actually enhance the knowledge towards their youngsters for a future and better enrichment of their culture.
All right, thank you, Dr. Zalifa. So we have another question to Mr. Wael. Can you elaborate what do you mean by violating geometry authenticity from Dr. Halina?
Yes, I will share the screen very quickly. So actually, many interested enthusiasts came to the arena of Kondekari, and they tried to trace back the rules, the factor of authenticity from the products itself or themselves. The problem here that the Kondekari maker is actually goes through a quite extensive steps of generation for the geometry. So there's no grid that he's working on. He's actually taking the panel, and the panel has to be in a certain proportion. And if it is more than this proportion, he needs to have another panel subtracted. And then having this area, he needs actually to generate the geometry in the area directly. But here, for example, in this part, you'll find the two main processes of geometry generation, or like pattern generation. Here is the grade method. This is a foreign method that has nothing to do with the originality of the craft. And this is the traditional one. The traditional one is made as the upper line in a very intricate step-by-step circle generations and so on, and centers and so on. And you find here, for example, that this is the kenda. We call it kenda, and this is the kenda shape. When you bring it here, it applies to this area in this way, from this joint to this joint, and so on. If you rotate this, it will be rotating, filling all the star. In this case, the grid method will result in distorted geometry that has nothing to do with the authenticity. So this kenda is cannot actually fit the star. And actually to have a real Kondekari, you need to follow the steps to get the result. Here is the saru, for example. The saru is this part, this piece. If you get this piece and you put it here, it is mirroring. But in this case, for example, it doesn't have this quality. So it is not
very interesting.
It is not mirror. So it is very intricate. And actually, when you do the process with this generation, you will get this as a result, and not other methods can do this.
Very interesting, Mr. Wael. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wael. So perhaps can we have last question from the participants? Okay, I have perhaps I ask question to Ms. Wafa. Towards the last slides of your presentation, you showed that there are 4 levels of al-rozna. They are different size or different height. Does the height represent the hierarchy in the society, whether they are from the rich family or is not?
Yes, my research also covered that the social and economic situation actually of the family is affected the shape of the rozna or the design of the rozna, where we find the rich people have very tall and a big number of rozna on their houses. But the normal or the poor people, actually, they have a single type of rozna, which is very, also we find it like 3 or 4 rozna in each houses. But in those people who are very rich, each room, maybe they have each room 5 to 6, 8 maybe sometimes, because they are so wealthy, so they have so many valuables actually to be displayed. And also it's kind like the husband will be very generous to his wife by built a lot or big number of rozna, so he will allow her to display her gifts, women's belongings, other things, other valuable things.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wafa, for your good answer. Okay, I think we have come to the end of today's morning session. Today's first session. So now we go for online photography session. Okay, so I'm hoping that everybody can open your camera and give a big smile.
Okay, get ready, everyone. Okay. Okay, get ready. 1, 2, 3. Another one. Freestyle. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody. We're going to have a 10-minute breaks. Yeah, we shall start session 2 at 11:50. Okay.
Thank you so much for all of the participants and also the speakers who have taken the time to join today.
So on behalf of the organization organizer committee, we would like to say thank you to Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk TS Dr. Ahmad Rafi Muhammad Ishak, and to Mr. Wa'il Sabri, to Assistant Professor Dr. Nuzali Fazan Abidin, and last but not least Ms. Wafa Al-Hudifi for sharing very interesting topics. Yeah, and I do agree, documentation is a very important thing, because otherwise we may lose this tradition. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Yeah, and then again, I think by Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk TS Dr. Ahmad Rafi Muhammad Raisha, he was saying that quality is one thing, but again, speed. Yeah, so we need to have speed. Yeah, so indirectly, what it means is that we need to do the documentation fast. That's one of the reasons. So I hope by having a very good documentation and the sharing, as Mr. Wa'il was saying, there will be he will be sharing in the Share Hub online on his works. Yeah, so I hope he can go to the Jungle School, and also I wish the best to Ms. Wafa for your master study. So with that, we close first session by reciting Surah Wal-As and Tasbih Kifarah.
We will join back at 11:50, inshallah.
All right.
Okay then. Okay, thank you, everyone.
I realized that they offer another 3 majors that which excites me the most, especially for interior design.
I choose AAD because I really like interior design.
I like art. I believe that applying art can help me to improve my skills.
I like to design, but I don't like to design like the building. I like to design more like the furniture.
So foundation is like the person who pursue
It was the best choice.
So what is AAD? AAD stands for Applied Arts and Design, consists of 3 majors, which is interior design, industrial design, and conservation. Interior design course comprises in finding solutions to make interior spaces functional, safe, aesthetically pleasing, where it includes elements of furniture, shading, materials, and lighting. On the other hand, industrial design is a combination of engineering and design, which is based on developing the concept of manufactured daily products, such as cars, home appliance, and toys. Conservation course consists of a study on maintaining the conserving the heritage and art, which are ranged from decades to centuries in age. The course is taught to have a deeper understanding in chemistry, materials, and other scientific factors of the artifacts. Let's move forward to our store for the session of 2020-2021.
Ambil gambar.
With a grade of 45% for first year student and a total of 28 students from please give a round of applause to these 20 students. Next, with a grade of 70% for the second year student and a total of 28 students from second year, please give a round of applause to those
Macam mana boleh tinggal mas?
with a grade of 69% of the third year student and a total of 33 students from the third year student. Please give a round of applause to the students. Last but not least, with a grade of 87% from the fourth year student and a total of 59 students from the fifth year student. Please give a round of applause to these students. Congratulations to all of the students who managed to graduate for the first
Nak buat ni, nak dengar lah kan?
2021. Once again, do give a round of applause to our stars. Here are a few AAD graduates. Muhammad Farhan Muhammad Samil from second batch majoring in interior design. He works at Petronas in interior design and project management field for 11 years. His permanent project is for an child hospital Kuala Lumpur. Afifah binti Abdullah from 10th batch majoring in interior design. She currently works as interior designer at Benchmark Design in Teaching since 2018. She also worked as interior design content creator for a few companies. Her prominent project is High Residence Sri Aman 2020. Sharifah Sahira binti Said Kamal Zaman from second batch majoring in conservation. She works as academician researcher at Applied Art and Design KAI IIUM. Her prominent project is Mizwal Al-Kafa, Sabung Haji, which is Sedaya. Nur Atika binti Jamaluddin from 10th batch majoring in industrial design. She works as textile designer for Rizky Textile. Her prominent project is Flipping. Muhammad Fakri Najmuddin bin Arman from 15th batch, majoring in interior design. He works at Focus Coordination Academy, Berhad, in design and build industry, construction, and retail field. His prominent project is iPhone outlet in Setia City Mall, New York. Muhammad Zul bin Zain from second batch, majoring in industrial design. He currently works as assistant manager for Universitas Selangor in corporate communication field. His prominent project is WTA Wuhan Offense Student Trophy. Last but not least, honorable mention alumni Nur Istiani binti Syukran Jamil and Muhammad Fakri Izam bin Muhammad Zaini. Both of them are interior design graduates.
I realized that they offer another three major leagues that which excites me the most, especially
exterior design. I say AD because I really like interior design.
I like art. I believe that applying
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the second session of second DACS Symposium 2021. Okay, so for the second session, we'll be having 4 speakers. Yeah, 1 from Malaysia, 2 from Philippines, and we have another presenter from Brussels, Belgium. Yeah? So for next speaker, Madam Noor Eziani binti Shukran Jamil. So she is the founder and interior designer of Ilusi Hafiz Design based in Semenyih. She is one of our alumni having a Bachelor of Applied Arts and Design, Interior Design, International Islamic University Malaysia. She have 11 years experience as an interior designer in interior design and build industry, and she handled various design and build renovation for both residential and commercial projects. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Madam Noor Eziani binti Shukran Jamil to present her topic, redesign, refresh and restyling a room, designer way to remake mahalah room. Please welcome. Okay, Madam Noor Eziani, we cannot. Yes, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for inviting me today. Happy Ramadan to all IUM lecturers and students. As you all know, I'm the alumni for AAD batch 2, majoring in interior design. Currently, I'm in my own showroom. This is the background of my showroom. Okay, I'm more on residential project. So a bit different from other ID, graduate from IUM. So without further ado, I present my slide. So everyone can see my slide. Okay.
Yes.
So today it's about redesign, refresh and restyling a room. Usually this topic I've taught for IUM Kuantan last month, but it's more on mood. But today I will present about how to remake your mahalah room. As you all know, our mahalah room, last time I live in Mahalah Asma, is very simple. We just got 1 bed, 1 closet and a study table. So this is the way maybe we as designer can remake our mahalah room. So what is mahalah room? You know, in IUM, I think more than 10 mahalah room for sisters and brothers, and there's also elite room. So whether you spend all your time in your mahalah room only there to sleep occasionally or to study, the aesthetic you were going for when you move in can get a little old. What to do with a small uninteresting mahalah? A space you may have to share, a space that may include furniture you can neither remove or alter. Maybe your taste change, maybe the room you have a bit gloomy and boring. Whatever the case, it's time to redesign, refresh, restyling your room with a bit of designer's touch. Here are 7 ways to remake your mahalah room to become lively and homey. Okay, so I divide into 7 ways to remake your mahalah room in designer style. So we as interior designer, we are different from interior decorator in terms of because we learn so many things during our study time. We learn it in a professional way. So the first one is about how to choose room color scheme and design concept. The process to choose a color scheme and design concept for your mahala room will provide a foundation that will help the rest of your room to come together beautifully. Referring to the color wheels, choose an eye-pleasing colors that suit your personality but also implementation caution. Stick with 2 or to 4 basic colors from the same or similar families and choose no more than 1 to 2 colors that aren't in the same color family but which complement your original choice. Okay, as you all know, we in interior design we learn psychology of color. So color wheel is part of our knowledge in design. So as professional, this is the thing that interior decorator cannot beat us because we know how to combine color referring from the color wheels. So as you all can see, this is the type of color wheel, how they combine the color to create the color scheme for room design. Okay, so when you choose a color, you can choose something that is complementary, maybe light blue combined with dark blue, but you can also pick something opposite or in the same row, same wheel row, maybe gray or green. Okay, for you can apply for your deco item like pillow, blanket, or any other deco items. So this when you pick this extra 1 to 2 colors, give you more freedom when choosing more deco items and furnishing, and also break up potentially monotonous color scheme with a touch of surprise. The design concept for your room depends on your identity and preference. You need to do some research before applying the design concept that you design in your room. Okay, so I'm sharing here the first thing you have to decide when you want to design the mahala room is the color concept, or you can pick based on the design concept. Okay, this is example of room color palettes or color scheme that I got from domroom.com. Domroom.com is actually a platform for people to buy dorm item or college item or your mahala item from overseas. Maybe if you are business minded like me, you can create website to sell this deco item just for college student. So from domro.com, they sell item based on color palette. As you can see here, the dark gray combined with black. This is for maybe manly mahala room, and then pink combined with green. Pink can combine with green based on the combination from the color palette. And then you can see the cool color gray, and then the warm color orange combined with pink and soft cream, something like that. For left hand side, you can see the gray color. That one is natural color. The safe color you can use is earth tone color. Okay. So this is the design concept like I mentioned from the previous slide. To decide the design concept, you need to do some research first. Maybe before you decide to use maybe Scandinavian concept. Scandinavian concept is different from Nordic concept. Nordic you can get from IKEA. Scandinavian you can mix match from IKEA, SSF or Kaisen or any other deco shop. So the Bohemian concept is one of current famous concept. We call boho, something very like culture or mix something rough items lah. Okay, so this one you need to the concept I'm sharing here is adventure, boho, fun, fresh, vintage concept. Okay, vintage you can pick something old and mix with new. Okay. Okay, the next one is bed design and fabric. It's important to make your bed comfy. Sleep is critical, so make sure you prioritize your bed. Okay, pick bed sheet cover, color and pattern that suit with your style and room design concept. You can also stick with a solid color and use it in your bedding and pillows. This creates such an aesthetic and unique design for your mahala room. Add accent pillow to give more comfort look to the bed. Find pillows with funny shading or one that add a pop of color. Choose a comfortable bed linen, sheet, duvet or comforter. Make sure to wash and change your bed sheet at least once per week to give you clean and comfy bed. Okay. So as professional, this is something that not all people know. There's a rules to make a comfy bed. You can see first you have to have a sheet and then a quilt, duvet, sleep pillow, Euroshams, lumbar pillow, throw blanket. You can search from YouTube or do deeper research on how to combine all these bed items. Okay, and if you know how to arrange these all bed items, then the bed will look more presentable and it's considered as a restyling job for you. Okay, so the next one. Okay, choose the bed linen that suit your identity. Maybe a simple one, simple color. Make sure it's easy for you to wash later. Don't use too thick comforter if you cannot wash in the weekend. Okay. So this style should be most probably natural color. Okay. Next is a study desk design arrangement. A well-decorated and organized study desk is essential for effective studying. Turn it into a space that helps you feel motivated and productive. Choose a good chair, table and lamp. Any source of lighting is appreciated first to get started. I know that Mahala give you study desk and chair, but maybe if you don't feel comfortable to sit on the chair, you can buy new. Depends on your budget. That is good for your back support and ergonomic. Okay, a cluttered workspace makes for a cluttered mind. Keeping your study table organized is also very important. So make use of storage containers and drawers. With pegboard walls, DIY organizers and color coordinated dividers, you can give all your stationery supply, documents and planning materials a designated spot. That means you know exactly where to look when you need something and you won't have to search through messy drawers along the way. As a result, you'll have a stress-free space that lets you focus on what really important. So when you arrange your study table, make sure to put the item that you need most at the nearest place. Maybe in your drawer, you can allocate all the important things like your pen, document, the thing that you don't use so much, then you can put in other place. Okay, how to design your table desk? The first is to stick to a color scheme for your study desk. Decorating your study table with your favorite colors will make the space more inviting and cozy. If you like bright colors, you might pick red, green, blue and yellow accessories and storage containers, for instance. If you prefer more minimalist tones, you could choose white, grey and black organization decorative features for your table. Okay, from the picture that I shared here, the first one is like a pastel theme, and then the second is blue rough theme, and the third one is rose gold. Rose gold is very famous color for ladies, and the last one is for the dome. The dome color is green. Okay, so pick something that you like because you will use the table. I don't know, now KS students love to do work at studio, so maybe you can also decorate your studio table using your color scheme. Okay, redesign your table desk. The second tips is to include accents that show off your personality. Well, you don't want your desk to be too cluttered. You'll feel more comfortable in your study space if you feel like it's really yours. You might choose a picture of your loved one, frame art, a pretty bowl, letter art of a figurine that someone special gave you. So it depends on you what you want to put on your table. Okay, like the second picture is actually the one who like anime. They put a poster and some cute items, and then you can put your family picture so that you will remind you to study hard. Don't play so much during study. Okay. The third one is hang a corkboard, pegboard walls, black wire, wall organizer or other board above your table to have extra space for decoration. Make sure you have enough space on top of your desk to read, write and work by hanging organizer straight to your wall. Hanging a board or wall organizer on the wall above your desk lets you still get creative and express your individuality. Hang the board on the wall using adhesive picture hooks, then begin decorating. You can include pictures, motivation quotes, a calendar, schedule or a list of your goals. Okay, I know that we cannot simply put nails on the wall. So try to use adhesive picture hooks to hang your board on the wall. This is an example how you can decorate your wall between the study table and the cabinet on top of your study. Okay, this item you can find from IKEA, online or Shopee. Okay, next is use boxes, baskets or drawers to organize your supplies. If your study table has them, pick some boxes and baskets with standardized design to add extra storage for your study desk. You can also add extra trolley with drawers storage which make it easy to keep everything organized. Use the drawers that are closest to you for supplies that you use most often, such as stationery, particular books or small device. Keep supplies that you use less often in drawers that are further away. I think most of the desk given by the Mahala got drawer. So you can organize like the third picture, and you can also decorate your study table using boxes that same color, same design or same pattern. Okay, the fourth one is about storage and room organization. A college or Mahala room often lack of storage. Even the closet storage are also limited in space. So as you are planning out your space, you need to find ways to add storage wherever you can. That means looking up your walls and down under the bed for hidden storage potential and stocking up on a product to help you keep everything as organized as possible so that everything has a place no matter how small your room is. Okay, so you have to be creative on how to organize your room. So I give you a dorm hack or Mahala hack. They are using these organizers and storage ideas are here to help you turn your room into a functional space and refresh the room looks. Okay, the first one, you can use bedside storage. You can put your magazine, phone. And then the second one is hanging pocket storage. That one you can hang on your closet door. The third one is bedside cabinet storage. It's actually like bedside table. It got many functions. You can also put your table lamp, and then you can put you can choose something that is closed so you can hide things, messy things. And the fourth one is hanging closet organizer. That one you can buy to add extra storage on your closet. The fifth one is the stool storage box. This one can be function also as a seater, extra seat in your room. And then the canvas storage box, that one is easy for you to keep things properly. And then if you have extra storage, you can use under bed storage. And to keep your food, you need a pantry trolley or other kind of trolley. Okay. Next is the scarf holder. This one use a curtain shower curtain railing, and you can add your scarf. And then the toiletry storage, I think this one is compulsory. Door box organizer, this one, if you have many items to store. And the laundry bag, you need two kind of laundry bag, one for the tea, one for the clean, because I believe that you don't have time to lipat kain lipat kain. Okay, sorry, use Malay. Okay, next, the lighting ambient. Okay, usually fluorescent lights or LED lights is a typical lights that have been provided by university management, but your Mahala room can still benefit from some additional light. Choose either standing floor lamp or table lamp that can be adjustable and give warm ambience to your room. The LED string lights or LED strips can become additional decorative essence for the room. The best lighting still the sun natural light. Make sure to open your room window a few times to have great warm sunlight from outside. Okay, so there's 3 types of lighting ambient. Daylight, white light, cool white is the middle, and the yellow one we call warm white. Okay, so for side lamp, you can use the yellow light or warm white light for a bit ambient. And if you want to use it for study, you better use daylight or white color light. Okay, pick something that can adjustable, so it's easy both for side lamp or floor lamp, so that you can multi-use it. Okay, this is the LED string light. The LED string light this for purpose for decorative. You can use this one using battery for decorative purpose, and the LED strips light is for also for decorative, but you can change your room mode and room color. Okay, from this picture you can see it's blue color and purple color. Okay. Okay, the 6th tips is feature walls. Create some feature walls to give some creativity looks to your room. You'll want to display pictures that remind you of home and loved ones. Use photo frame or just paste your photo randomly to the wall. To give you extra motivation vibes, you can paste Quranic verse or motivation quotes to inspire you every day. Okay, this is how they display the picture. You can arrange based on the color, based on the place you visit, and then you can paste quotes. Make sure paste it nicely so that will not affect the Mahala room. Okay. And next, you can also do feature wall using your study notes in a creative way. And then tapestry. Okay, tapestry you can buy online and hang in your bedroom. Okay, because the tapestry can add a lot of color and another focal point to your room. Okay, I believe that we cannot simply paint the Mahala room. So tapestry is optional to give some pattern to the room. And the last one, you can hang a decorative mirror both for convenience and to reflect light and make the room brighter. Okay, hang small. Sorry.
You have 5 minutes left for your.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so the last one. Don't worry, I will finish on time. Okay, the last one is interior decor. You can add some more deco item to make your room looks wonderful and lively. Choose something that can highlight your identities and bring positive moods to the room. Okay, plants make a space feel homey. You just have to decide whether to go with real plant or artificial plant to give some green features to the room. Add a rug or carpet for coziness. Pick nice pattern rugs that can fit your room properly. Keep a can of room spray to give good scent to your room. Invest in a stylish candle or diffuser bottle for additional room deco. Okay, this deco item you can buy usually as designer. I bought my client deco item from SSF, IKEA, Kaisen, or some other deco place. Even from kedai RM2 pun I pergi juga. The thing is, when we have this designer eye, so it's not difficult for us to pick the design item that suit with the space. Okay, maybe don't simply pick everything from IKEA because it's too typical. You can, if you pick from something from IKEA, maybe your compartment neighbor also use the same deco item. So try to mix and match and do some research before doing the deco. Okay, this is the other pictures that I got from online. Maybe you can refresh your mahalah room, something different from different kuliah, because you are designer kan. So designer room should be different from other course. And you can also make money by maybe doing some consultation or redeco other student bedroom based on their budget. So make sure everything in budget. Okay, this is the dorm room item. Okay, you can add mirror, table lamp, like many kind of board, peg board. Okay, if you want different concept, just do research first, and you can add tapestry to bring some color. And if you want something manly, just pick something a dark color combined with light color. Okay, I think okay, you can visit my Facebook, Ilusi Afi Design, Instagram and YouTube channel if you want to view my design portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Madam Asdiani. Okay, so we have a request to take photo with our keynote speaker. So can I request all members to open your camera so we can take a quick photo together with Prof. Dato'? Yeah. Can we have all speakers and fellow students?
Okay, get ready everyone.
You're waiting for me,
Okay, we wait for another speaker to join.
Okay. Ada, Prof.
We're waiting for Prof. Rafi to join us.
Okay.
He's actually driving because he missed the morning session. So, is Diani, I can see you. I can see.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we have Prof. Doctor.
Belum lagi.
Okay. Okay.
I can see Mr. Diaz here. Welcome aboard, Mr. Diaz.
We have also Engineer Eric from Philippines, Architect Busmenti from Philippines.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Dr. Siti Sarah, is she here? I saw her name this morning.
Yeah, I saw.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. Okay.
Waiting for the... Kita boleh ambil gambar sekarang actually, just one shot, and then while waiting for Prof to join. Can show the screen already? We are just taking photograph now. We're waiting for Prof Rafi to join us.
Hold on, yeah. Architect Usmanti. We're going to take the photo first.
While waiting for Prof Rafi to join, I will take some shots. So smile, everyone. Okay, one, okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, another one. 1, 2, 3. Right. Okay, wait for the Prof Rafi.
Can you share a face on? You guys have to have a face with the house. Because it's there, the background.
I think kita proceed first lah. Okay, alright. Okay, I think we shall have another session, photography. So without further ado, I would like to read through biography of our next speaker. Oh, he's joining. Okay, hold on. Okay, we have give big smile.
Okay, nampak lah. Sebab keluarga kan. Apa tidak?
Okay.
Tak, betul. Ni kata 1, 2, 3. Papa, you're here? Dah ada dah. Okay, press. Ada.
Okay, anyone? 1, 2, 3. And another one, Crystal. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Okay, so next we shall resume with our next speaker.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is architect Mary Busmenti. Yeah, I'm waiting for the slide to share her biography. Okay. She's currently based at College of Architecture, University of Santo Tomas, Espana instructor. Okay. She have a master in business administration, specializing in top executive program from Pamantasang Lungsot, Manila, and she have vast experience, in heritage as a heritage specialist in tourism master plan of Barangay Mintal, Little Tokyo, Davao City. She's also been as a project coordinator for the Metropolitan Theatre National Commission for Culture and the Arts from 2015 to 2019. She also a technical evaluator for the Philippine National Railways in 2016, and she also a consultant for Museo Tala and also Buka Accessoria, both in 2015 and 2016. And She's an architect and World Heritage Site Manager based at Heritage Office, National Commission for Culture and the Arts from 2009 to 2014, and being also as an operation manager, and work also as a principal architect since 2001 till present, and also architect the second PROS under Planning, Resources and Operating System. That one, her past experience from 1997 until 2016. So without further ado, I would like to welcome architect Mary Bustamante to present her work with the title Selected National Cultural Treasures of Spanish Colonial Churches in the Philippines. Please welcome architect Bustamante.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shamzani, and I'm really excited regarding joining this Applied Arts and Design Symposium about the Revitalized Arts and Design and Craft Values Towards Society, number 5. So thank you also, Dr. Harlina and co-speakers for this morning and afternoon. So I will now try to share my screen.
She's sorting out the presentation. Okay, all right. Wah, terkeluar pula. Yeah.
Here. Can you see already with the screen?
Not yet, architect. We are waiting. Yes.
Can you see it?
Just now, yes. Then now, black screen. Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Sorry about the technicalities.
Yeah, no problem, architect. Yes.
Oops. I think that was it, right? The big slide.
Yeah, I think you have to share again, architect.
This one. Okay, just hold on. My son is helping.
Okay, no problem.
Parents are sometimes not as high tech. Can you see the screen now?
Yes. Okay.
All right. So I want to share with you a few of the work that I have done when I was still with government. I worked for the National Commission for Culture and the Arts in 2009 until about 2019. However, under the NCCA, this is de facto our Ministry of Culture because we do not really have one. And under this, we have other agencies that we are working with. So in the Philippines, since I'm sure you're aware that we are at least 85% Roman Catholic, we conducted a church conservation program and we tried to declare the colonial churches as national cultural treasures in July 31, 2001. So, of course, in order for the government and the church to work together, because this is a separate state, they cannot encroach on each other's work. There had to be Republic of the Philippines and a Holy See agreement. So it's like a country-to-country agreement. And then within the country, there had to be a Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines and an agreement with the national government. So the CBCP is like the congregation that houses all the bishops of the Philippines because they are in person the owner of the churches. And then after that, since the NCCA is basically a policy-making body, we had to work with the implementing agencies, which are actually the National Historical Commission and the National Museum. So these are parts of the agreement with our Roman Catholic Church and with our national agencies. So there were joint commissions, members were appointed. So in order for me to be able to give you an idea what these national cultural treasures are, just to shorten the idea, these are basically the most important structures in the country that are significant in terms of history, culture, arts, or scientific value, and so on and so forth that have been declared with our cultural agencies. So these are examples of some of our UNESCO World Heritage Sites. This is Santo Tomas de Villanueva in Miagao, Iloilo. So you will notice that the church looks like a squat form, and the two towers do not look exactly like the other because these are based on the memories of the friars that came to the Philippines and we were being governed not directly by Spain. Since we were colonized by Spain, but we were actually being governed through Mexico. So, the churches has this influence of the Plateresque architecture, which can be found also in Spain. And then the stone materials were used. The stone materials available were the ones that were used using the memories of the Spanish priests from Europe. They brought in the designs, and then the artisans were actually the natives and the Chinese craftsmen. So that's why sometimes we will have churches that have food dogs in the front because it was also brought in by the craftsmen, the Chinese craftsmen. So we have different influences. We have the Mexican, the Spanish, the Chinese, and of course the natives. You can also see here that there is a coconut tree on top of the Plateresque bas-relief that can be found in front of the church. So we also have an island which is in the middle of our country. It's called Romblon, and it's actually first initially built with a watchtower. When the Spanish priest built the bulwark, he was eventually buried there. So this church, I was thinking would probably be made of marble because Romblon is filled with a lot of marble. So if you can see on the left side of the picture, there's actually an error of sculpture, or there was an order of a marble lion. However, it was an error, so the owner did not want to buy it. So the mayor just put it in the middle of the plaza, which actually destroys the vista point of the church. San Jose is dedicated to, this cathedral is dedicated to the Father of Jesus Christ. Now we have here also a church that faces a vast volcano that is located in Albay. It's one of our areas that has the highest portion of storms, earthquake, volcano eruptions, and all the all the things that you probably would like to avoid. But it's actually located with a very majestic view. So it's called Nuestra Señora de la Portería, and it was restored for a number of years. Our budget in the government is only broken down into pieces. It's not given in a big bulk. So we did first the side entrance, which is the entrance that faces the Mayon volcano. And then when we restored the front of the church, the community got angry with us because they said, "Why did you paint the church white?" So anyway, they did not understand what conservation was. So we had to go there and explain it to them. So this is the one that actually faces the Mayon volcano. So initially, we had to clean the stones, remove the grass, the colonies of algae growing on the walls, and remove the plants because actually it has the tendency to grow and bring moisture up the walls. So eventually, it looks like this. When this was the first part that was done to the church, so they were not angry yet. But when they saw the front of the church, they were really angry. But now it's dirty again, so they're not angry anymore. Anyway, this I feel is a cultural shock sometimes when it comes to conservation. So we did phases. First, the phase one was the one facing the Mayon volcano. The second phase was the front facade. The third phase was the bell tower, and the last phase was the back portion of the church complex. And then we have another UNESCO World Heritage. This is La Asunción de la Nuestra Señora in Santa Maria, Ilocos Sur. Ilocos region is usually have a lot of churches separated from their bell towers. The bell towers usually is separated because this area is earthquake prone. So in the case of La Asunción Church in Santa Maria, it has been used in Europe most of the time, the Motte and Bailey system, where they would put like a keep, an artificial mountain, and put their bulwark there. So the same technology was used for the citadel-like riprap of the bell tower. So now, through the years, the bell tower is right beside the mountain, and we were afraid that it might fall off. So we had to restore the portions. However, when we restored it, of course, the stones does not look the same anymore because we had to use the stones, quarry the stones nearby, and stabilize the cracks in order to save the whole mountain, because the church was actually on top of the mountain. So we had to inject a lot of cement underneath the bell tower so that the bell tower would not lean and become destroyed. So it was quite successful, and it was only one contractor in the Philippines that could provide this kind of jumbo jet injection technology. So those are the cracks, and now it's already been completed. We also have a church called St. Andrew the Apostle, and it was the old convent that we initially worked on. The convent is where the nuns or the priests would stay, and or the monks for the Buddhists. But in this case, again, since this is located in Ilocos region, the Ilocos region is filled with a lot of brick stone structures. However, again, the vertical cracks are evident on the structures. The vertical cracks are evidences of the reason why there are movements, structural movements on the ground, so earthquake-prone area. So what they did was they injected a lot of grouting so that they would fill all the voids and stabilize the walls. So there's also another church called San Agustin in Negros Oriental, where the mayor was so insistent that he wanted to show the bricks. He said that's what the original material was. So he removed all the lime plaster on the wall, which is, of course, in conservation, a negative thing. However, what we just tried to do is consolidate the existing wall and preserve the existing lime plaster that was placed there. So I was trying to compare this. I showed the picture of it's like a face, like a face rehabilitation. I tried to show the picture of the old structure and the present structure. So now, moving forward, the other church is Nuestra Señora del Patrocinio in Boljoon in Cebu. The Cebu Island is in the middle also of the Philippines, where we had the bell tower restoration and the strengthening of the altar area. The altar area's foundations was sinking. That's why if you look at the next picture, they had to stabilize and put a lot of structural composition within the back of the church. However, when the construction was completed, you won't see a thing. So they had brought in all their heavy equipment, generators, and the structural engineers. And now it's completed. Oh, sorry. Now this picture shows you that it's completed. You won't see anything as if nothing happened, but the structural foundation of the outer area has been strengthened. So these are some of the experiences that we encounter. Okay, so this church is actually Our Lady of the Assumption, where one of our national heroes were held prison. His name is Andres Bonifacio. He was taken here and eventually killed. That's why the church is significant for us historically. Eventually, the bell tower was restored. We also discovered that there was another layer of wall placed on top of the facade. So, of course, in all of our work, we needed to always discuss with the stakeholders what we're going to do with the church, what are the plans, because we experienced a lot of reactions, especially when we did the Daragat Church, the one facing the Mayon volcano, when the people were angry with us when we tried to conserve the facade of the church. So, again, also, oops, it's hanging.
Sorry to interrupt, but your
Yes?
time is about to end.
What's happening?
Your time is about for speech.
Oh, it's my time already. Okay. Anyway, so just to cut it all short, that was really a nice experience when we did the construction and restoration of the different churches. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
All right.
Just to cut it short.
Yeah, thank you very much, Architect Busmanti, for sharing your precious works on restoration of churches in Philippines. Okay, now I would like to welcome our next speaker. So, can we share his biography? Okay. Okay, our next speaker, Mr. Dan Diaz, is currently the Executive Director, SEED for FORM, and he's the country coordinator of Philippine Waste Platform. He also has vast experience as a co-founder of Pushon Kinayahan International, Secretary General of the Philippine Marine Environmental Protection Association. He's also former foundation for the Philippine Environment Visayas, Regional Advisory Committee, and also a co-founder of the Students in Action for Values and Empowerment, SAFE. Also national convener and prime mover of Let's Do It Philippines. And last but not least, he attached himself as the under Zero Waste Academy Philippines. So both Architect Busmanti and also Mr. Dan Diaz has been introduced through my friend Engineer Eric, who joining the session. And without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Dan Diaz to present his topic presentation on transforming waste to arts, craft, and green spaces. Mr. Dan, please welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Happy Earth Day, Shamzan, and all of us watching live in Google Meet from the Philippines to Indonesia and to the rest of the world. So my organization is a non-profit organization, grassroots on 4 areas. I will show my slide, and I'm so thankful because of he was one of our active eco leaders in our environmental campaign since 2015. So with that, I just came from the mountain. We did adopt a tree because it's Earth Day, and the young people, the scouts, members of our chapter went to the nearest reforested area in Cebu and plant a tree and adopt under our name. So let me share my slide. I'm going to present our examples on the, wait, I'll go to the PowerPoint because okay. Yeah, I think so I know. Oh, this one. If you can see. All right. So you can see the screen now, transforming waste to arts and crafts.
Yes, Mr. Dan, we can see your slide now.
All right. Okay. So now I can't see myself, but I'm clicking now on the slide. So organization is in operation nationwide in the Philippines, and our strength is really volunteers and the grassroots communities. So how are we as a NGO? So we go to vulnerable communities, whether they are in the far-flung island and mountain, helping in their livelihood, as well as providing how we be able to transform their lives by empowering them. The heart of organization is the community, and in the community there are so much biodiversity, so much resources that can be used. But sad to say, with modernization, with population, with they call them ecotourism, a lot of influx of people, tourists are also impacting the environment. But with the COVID pandemic, it's stopped, but local tourists are regularly coming in. But it's the best time really to invest. No, if the government of the Philippines had build program for the present administration, with the COVID pandemic, we really have to invest in our biodiversity and people, because this is one of the sustainable development goals. There is still lack of energy access. So we have this program, Light Up, a Hero of Light. So what is this Hero of Light? We know that there are still off-grid communities, and we can provide an expensive wherein we upcycle the plastic bottles that are, we can't stop plastic bottles, but we upcycle them into a solar lamp wherein individual can learn by themselves. So we come up with this program. We have reached all over the country, including indigenous people, and then selling these upcycled people who were trained sell and collect these PET bottles. We have second program in education. We go to regional camps, but with the COVID pandemic, the internet has been our influential tool, and we've reached as many people. So the third is entrepreneurship. So how are we able to help increase economic activity? So in one of the island, you can see a seaweed. In fact, Indonesia is producing so much seaweeds. You got the production is being lost, and we've got a lot of imports from Indonesia. So thanks for the fishermen and farmers there. We have this kasui. We have marketed face masks, the cloth from the textile industry. We gathered them during COVID pandemic, made into masks, PPE, and sell them. Farmers, we also tap their produce, put it in a box, sell online. So we, even during the pandemic, we also have impacted help in our vulnerable, poor communities. And the main 4 program of Seed4Com is environment. So you can see there's a really problem on plastic pollution. And a friend of mine who is now he's a Canadian and based in Indonesia, Bali. So he put up a global eco brick alliance, and I am one of the trained in the Philippines. So in 4 years ago, I asked him to train the Filipinos, and from then on, we came up with Eco Bricks movement, wherein we don't want the single-use plastic to be thrown in the landfill or in biosphere. We cut them without machines and put them into PET bottles. And you can see this guy irrigating his plants. This is in the backyard. I'll show you later, the master's farm. This is the farm that we build. We integrate what we taught from segregation of waste, from turning kitchen waste into fertilizer. So nothing is being wasted to the landfill. And with the COVID pandemic, we are always at home. We make sure that we are not polluting our biosphere. And as I said, this is the problem. And the Philippines is top one in terms of participation of the International Coastal Cleanup last year. And then Indonesia is top 15. No? So based on the study, we are top 3 in terms of marine pollutions. But I guess with the updated one, we will be beyond maybe the top 5 because we've been cleaning enough and putting awareness that we don't want to pollute our oceans. So we have this yearly campaign, National Cleanup Day. So we are recognized by the government, and this one is new this year. So Green Bank. So I went to Indonesia, I think 3 years ago, and I've learned about the waste bank near Jakarta, and then I came back to the Philippines, and I realized I have to adapt. So meaning we know that the recycling items are being sold cheap, so we have to upcycle them. So plastics right now in the Philippines cost like 1 peso per kilo. So it's just like maybe 1 peso to $1 is 50, no? 50 pesos. So it's very cheap. But the aluminum cans are higher. So that's why we encourage to put the food refreshments in aluminum can because they are better than the mineral or plastic bottles. And to upgrade the value of the recycling, we train communities to do upcycling. So that's why the waste that we have at home, the industrial waste from the company, we as an NGO would like to gather them, not to be thrown anywhere, but to be reused. So these are the examples of the eco bricks that are made by homes that we trained since 2017. And they come up with tables, chairs, include in the garden pots. Some they put up a toilet, a perimeter. If they really have a budget, they can build homes, no? Integrating tires. There's so much resources that are on waste. For example, wood, tires, and a friend of mine in Mexico create a house made of tires. I'll show that next presentation. So this is one of our Zero Waste Academy campaign. When I visited Japan, I learned from the Wasteless Town Kamikatsu, and they have a Zero Waste Academy Japan. So I said, yeah, we're open for partnership, and I put up this Academy Philippines. So on the left side, you can see these wine bottles. So wine bottles in the Philippines, they are not being sold in the junk shop. They are just been thrown, no value. But when you integrate crafts, arts, local, Indonesia has so many diverse culture. We are in the tropical country. We have the same, like bamboo, for example. We have different, types of weaving. I think we have commonalities, and the painting as well. So why not we put high value of this waste material to make them into arts and higher value for the poor or maybe for our artists to earn and to lessen this waste to the dump sites, no, or landfill. And here we can see the plastic bottles. During last year, the prices of the PPE was so high that they are so creative. They make the bigger plastic bottle into face shield. And this third picture with the shark, this is an arts made by a good friend from Bohol. His advocacy is he cleans up the coastal beach, and all these, you can see slippers, plastics he collect, shred them, melt them, and made into this art piece, this gold painting from slippers. And here you can see crafts. There's so many materials that we can get from aluminum cans, even from there is a group of women living in the decorations of fashions comes from the landfill. So those are value resources that we just throw. And this one is an example of an eco house where we can really build house for the poor using tires. There's so many tires all over. Aside from tires, we can integrate the glass bottles. We can integrate the wood pallets. We can integrate the eco bricks, in making homes, for poor who are now living maybe with a very cheap material. And this is an example in Mexico. And people are helping building a house for the poor. And lastly, I don't know if I still have the time. This is the place I am here right now, Master's Farm, where we integrate what we've taught. You can see here the cans, the colored cans on the left are from the neighboring industry that makes coffin, and then all their waste we collect and put them into use as for plants, ornamental plants, and then we integrate the eco bricks in our food garden, and we integrate the solar lamp sources in the kitchen are used as the what you call them fertilizer through bokashi. So with the creativity of all of us using local resources and coming up with design that is suited in our culture, in our custom, we can really build not necessarily condominium, but looking back from our ancestors, what maybe 100 years ago, 50 years ago, when there was no plastic, when there was no pollution, how they had lived, right? It's really living together, commune with nature, and then utilizing the resources that are available. But right now, we are faced with the COVID pandemic. We are faced with plastic pollution. We are faced with industrial electronic waste. With the electronic waste, we can even turn them into fashion accessories. These small semiconductors, you can create a masterpiece also out of that. So it boils down on how creative the person is and how it can be integrated in the designs in their homes, installations, arts installations outside. So I don't know if I'm because it's rain here. Thanks, rain. We need the rain. Yeah. With that, I end my slide and open for questions. Stop presenting. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's raining, no? So bamboo is also what we are doing right now. We are integrating bamboo in terms of crafts, in terms of reuse, instead of interior designs, and a lot of my friends architects are learning from Bali the green school, no, and we have very common way of living, common material as a tropical country, and it's good to connect, no, with this session. I would like to propose to continue dialogue, to continue working together in the academe and solutions to communities, and sharing, no, of these valuable benchmarks from each other. It can be in biodiversity, etc. So we are so open, and hopefully after the COVID pandemic, when everyone can travel safe, we can see, no,
Yes.
community, and
Yes.
I invite everyone to be connected through this design forum. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Dan. You really you presented on time, yeah, and definitely we're going to continue the dialogue, and the Q&A we will push to the end, yeah. So I hope you will stay to the end. Okay. Now, last but not least, we have our last presenter, Dr. Siti Sarah Sweep. So I would like to read her biography. Okay, you can see that Dr. Siti Sarasweb is a design researcher based in Brussels, Belgium. She had her PhD in design for sustainability, Delft University of Technology. She have an experienced creative and UX lead from May 2020 to November 2020. She also UX research expert, pro bono external collaborator 2020. And she also with a creative and UX lead 2019. She also TU Delft PhD researcher from February 2013 to March 2019, and she had her master in strategic product design in the same university from August 2010 to August 2012. And then she also a pro landscape structures and Sdn research development executive from 2018 to 2019. And she also attached as the industrial designer at the same company, 2007 to 2008. And also the earliest experience she had was working with Ikang Design and Engineering, Malaysia Sdn as a product designer specializing in styling from 2006 until 2007. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Siti Sarasweb to present her topic on integrating values of culture heritage in the design process. Please welcome.
Okay. Hello. Assalamualaikum everybody. Thank you very much, Cik Shamzani, for the introduction. And first of all, I would like to also thank you, Dr. Harlina, and the Department of Applied Arts and Design, IIUM, for inviting me for a talk today. So before I start, I would like to first apologize to everybody because I think I didn't realize my camera was on and I was taking my coffee for the day. So I've started my day today at 3 a.m. So it's kind of like getting to a little bit too I started quite an early day today. So yeah, and yeah, of course it's I'm not gonna address this, but it's been like a scandal also in Malaysia today. You will read a lot about all the checkings that's happening. So I don't want to be I would just like to address this directly before I'm afraid there's going to be some misunderstanding, but anyway, but it was quite insensitive of me. I didn't realize really that my camera was on, so I'm sorry for for those that are fasting in Malaysia, and I would also like to say Happy Mubarak to everybody, and hope you have a good Ramadan in Malaysia, regardless of what we are facing right now all over the world.
Yes, Ramadan Mubarak also, Dr. Sarah. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. And today I would like to give a presentation about integrating cultural heritage in the design process. I find this really, really interesting that I actually joined the discussion, joined the speakers, the presentations today. It was really amazing and I learned a lot. And I feel that my presentation today might be able to bring together all this different perspective and also different research work that has been done in Malaysia and also in Philippines. And today I would, and also in regard to what the keynote has mentioned about the Society 5.0, I actually never really knew about the term, but I realized what it meant in a lot of different project and research work that have we done here in terms of sustainability, UX research, understanding people, inclusivity, creating equality, as well as also about building a more resilient society. So I will now start with my presentation. Again. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, coming up now. Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay, now, but okay, yes. So this is thank you. You've already heard a little bit about myself. So I'm actually doing a lot of freelance work in doing design and user research. And recently I decided to start my own studio, which is Hint Studio. It's actually a short form for Heritage Integration Studio, because this is actually the area that I would like to continue working, and I would like really be able to wanted to be able to focus on conducting research and work in terms of in integrating design, sustainability, and also cultural heritage. So I would start to first present a little bit about what is values of cultural heritage. So people always talk about what is these values. Is everywhere. So if you see the figures in these figures, you can see actually cultural heritage is mainly what we consider heritage is contributed to the idea of intangible cultural heritage. So an object can be just an object, but an object can also be cultural heritage to a society, depending on the values that we attribute to it over time and also across generations. So these are actually one of the key things when people talk about you need to integrate values, we need to kind of bring out our identity, our culture. But what are these elements that we want to integrate? What are these things that is all around us, that why one chair becomes so special and the other is just a chair? So it's really about the values that we ourselves, human being, the individual, the family, that attribute these values. Like a family has their own keepsake, for example. They don't keep the whole house, but there are some elements in our life, some objects in our life that we consider sacred, that we consider special. And these are actually part of the values that we attributed to objects over time. And actually this is what become over generations, we consider our cultural heritage. So what we inherit from our previous ancestors. So, and actually values that are inherent within the cultural heritage actually offer tremendous resources as a creative input for the design process. And it's not a surprise that designers has been taking or integrating, adapting a lot of cultural element in the contemporary design. We see modern design, but actually, to what extent is it modern? To what extent it is part of a tradition? And these are what my research is, or where we really wanted to look of this combination or of this integration, because they are different ways that people use cultural heritage as their source of inspiration. So here I would like to share a few examples of the integrations where values of cultural heritage are integrated in contemporary products. So this is an example of a chair or a set from a Danish company called N Tradition, and it was designed by Sami Kallio, who is a Finnish designer based in Sweden. And the design, although look modern and simple to us, it's actually integrate a Scandinavian traditional wood turning. So the designer really put effort in understanding these traditions that is very localized. So every culture has their own wood turning, but there are some elements that make it very Scandinavian, and these are the elements that the designer tried to integrate in this design. And the second part is a part of exhibition from Old New, a part of exhibition in Stuttgart. This looks like quite a typical one, because now it's quite a common design that we see people use this type of sculpture. So either you use like a simplified wood or a polygon design to actually create a sculpture to represent animal. And this actually, although this decoration looks modern, but it can actually be traced back to the taxidermy culture, where people used to hunt and then they put the head of the animals on the wall as part of their trophy, which is very common here in Europe. And of course, these people don't hunt anymore, but the culture is still there. There are some appreciation on putting such a sculpture as part of your decoration, as part of your interior, and it's also kind of give a sense of comfort to the local culture themselves, because they are also used to this type of decoration, which is maybe not very common in Malaysia or in Asia, but it is very common here. And these are the different design that are innovated over time, that are developed over time, but still create some sense of warmth or some sense of comfort to the local, to the people who are part of a specific culture. And the third design is actually a simple chair. So if you look at it, is people we wouldn't think twice about this, but it's actually a chair designed by a Japanese designer called Midori Mitsui, and she was actually inspired by the structure of lattice bamboo structure in a traditional Japan architecture, and she designed this with a really heat summer temperature in Japan in mind, where she wanted the air to circulate better when people are sitting in the chair. So these are the different elements that people have, like designers has integrate in the design, and we can say like they use these elements as part of their like they use cultural element as their source of inspiration in developing this type of products. And actually research has shown that integration of values of cultural heritage in contemporary product can improve product identities, influence marketing strategy, enhance customer experience, and also, like I mentioned earlier, it brings comfort because it meets the local nuances and needs. So when you use a similar culture that is localized to your customer, it creates some kind of warmth and comfort. On the other hand, if you actually bring an exotic culture, like element from other culture into your design, you also improve the product identity, or you kind of create a bit more exotic feeling to it. So there is a different way on how values of cultural heritage can be integrated in contemporary products. But then this type of integration or the use of values of cultural heritage in design, it can also be problematic. So if you are used to the term cultural appropriation, where people use other culture to design something irresponsibly to create money, create income, profit without really providing any reference to the local community, that is actually problematic, and I think it's not being addressed very well yet in an educational level. So it happened. There's a lot of cases and ongoing legal battle in this kind of in this context. However, I don't think enough attention are being given to in education level, where young designers are being taught on how to use or how to adapt values of cultural heritage in their design process. So I will give one example of an embroidery from Mexico. So this otome embroidery is actually by Tenago de Doria artisan. So they have created this design, this specific color, this style of embroidery work for generation. And in the 60s, they have actually established this as used this as a way to improve their community. So it is really, really local and really presenting the local community. So it's something like, I think in Malaysian, like if you think of Labu Sayong, you would think of a Sayong, Sayong in Perak. However, their design or their craft has been adapted or taken by other designers. So this is an example by a chair by Raw Edges Studio. So this is a London-based studio. They designed this product for Louis Vuitton using and they actually include the pattern that they trace back. Like you can really see the similarity between what the Tenago de Doria artisan has made in their design, and they make no reference. And this is actually one of the issues that is facing, and the Mexican Culture of Tourism Minister has already also filed a lawsuit against them, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, it's quite interesting to see how, for example, also big names like Carolina Herrera use these particular patterns in her design without really mentioning anything about the artisan themselves. And if we as a consumer, we look at these are big designers, they are well educated, they are well experienced. We didn't think twice when we see such pattern, and we may have just think that they designed this themselves. And this is the last example I have in this is where this is by United Color of Benetton, where they use this pattern and then they just use it as their source of we can just say they took it from the artisan themselves. So this is actually the thing where designers need to pay attention when we are designing something, because we need to have a clear line between what is our source of inspiration and what is our source of reference. So I give these two type of example. When you see, like, when you are inspired by something or when you use something and you copy something, it is your source of reference. And unlike in writing, where there's already a really clear established system where, you know, how do you should, like, we are taught on how you should quote someone, how you should paraphrase someone, how you want to make argument based on what others have written before. But in design, we have yet to establish any system that allows us to refer to the different knowledge, the different traditional knowledge that we took from others and we implemented in our design. And I find this really a challenge and also an opportunity for designers to actually work together with others to actually build such a system. And they are actually this, like, really important for designers to actually use traditional knowledge, what we have learned today, like all this different rich and really amazing knowledge consciously and responsibly. And how to do this? So I will go quickly because I just realized I don't have a lot of time. The first, there's like 3 hints that I would share today. So first is conscious decision. So you really need to deliberately and explicitly include this culture element in the early stage of the design process. So you need to be aware that I'm using this pattern from this particular group of people in my design and how I'm going to use it. And you have to have this clear decision in mind in the early stage of the design process, because then you will know where these ideas come from. They don't just come out of nowhere. And the second part is inclusive collaboration. I think today there are a few speakers that mentioned about the importance of collaborating with indigenous people, and yeah. So this is the where you, in the design process, you invite local stakeholders, which are the inheritors of this knowledge, as collaborators and experts in one or more phases in the design process. For example, you can bring them in the fuzzy front end of the design process, or in the production, or as an expert in manufacturing to help with creating, making or producing the product ourselves. So these are actually the example of collaboration workshop that I did with different groups and also different students and design students as well as professional designers in building and in exchanging knowledge and also developing new product design. Yes, and then the third one is actually explicit connection. This is one of the important thing as designers, that we need to have a clear link, an explicit link between what are the values that we extract and what have we integrate in the new design idea. So basically, there are different ways that we can extract elements, either from people, from objects, from culture, and then we need to include them in our design direction, and also be aware of all these different elements that we implement in our concepts. So these are the three things that I think is important for designers to pay attention to when you think about including culture elements of cultural heritage in your design process. So first, you have to have a conscious decision. Second is it's to have an inclusive collaboration with the inheritors themselves, and also to create an explicit connection between the new design and the old one. So nothing comes out of nowhere. You don't have to say like, I copied this product, but you have to mention that I use a pattern from this, which is part of this cultural, which is part of the traditional knowledge of this specific groups of people, for example. And there are actually three areas of integration. So I will go into this really quickly now. So the first part is product level, where you include these specific values on a product itself. The second one in a collection level. So you have usually, if we create a design, you have a collection, seasonal collection. So you integrate these key features in a collection level. And then the last one is a company level, where you actually integrate these values as part of the company's brand image. You can think of IKEA. I think this is one of the companies that actually integrate the values of Scandinavian culture heritage, India design, in the way they run their business, in the way they present their image to the world. And included this as part of the overall marketing content. And so these are these different ways, or different, parts of value, different parts of product, collection, and company level, where values of cultural heritage can be adopted in a sustainable and a more business-oriented perspective. And yes, I would like to share my last slide here. Is as part of my now, like what I'm looking for is really, we are looking for the best practice to recognize, appreciate, and safeguard values of cultural heritage that has been integrated in our modern living. We often forget that a lot of things around us actually can be linked back to a cultural heritage that have been kind of developed, created by our ancestors, that people that lived before us, but we never really pay attention, or we are not aware of it as much as we should, because there's also not a lot of mechanism that is currently available for us, especially designers, to actually know about this and also present this to our customer or to the user themselves. So that's all for me for today. Thank you very much for your time, and yeah, I hope if you have if there's any question, feel free to share it in the session after this.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Siti Sarah. Okay, now we come to our Q&A session. Yeah. I think let me check in the. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I think. Some of the question has been answered in the group. Yeah. Okay. I have a question to Mr. Dan. Okay, Mr. Dan, how do you see? I mean, in what way that does the government supporting NGOs like seed for com, for example?
Uh,
Yes, Mr. Dan? Can you hear my question?
What's the question? Can you repeat again, please?
Okay, perhaps can you share how does the Philippine government supporting NGOs like Seed for Com in all your activities and also towards entrepreneurship?
Okay, so currently we don't rely so much funding from the government. What we are very supportive, they are supporting our, for example, the program for cleanups. We as NGO provide volunteer program access, so we participate. But getting funds from the government, we don't have. We are partnering with them. For example, in the programs in the mountain, we are adopting a 600 area for farmers. So we talk to the local government and get partnerships on how we can help them market their products, because as farmers in that mountain area, they don't have access to market. Second, how they can increase and put value in their product. So it's the we as an NGO was not created to get these funds, but we want to collaborate. But the government is also providing us help. For example, for this environment greening program. So the government has funds for greening, partnering with people's organization. But we as an NGO can help get more companies, because we are more connected with the companies, help in this program for greening, growing, planting. That's our program. So government has their own mandate. We complement and we partner with them. And then right now the government is putting efforts on bamboos propagation, reforestation, on cacao, on coffee. So we as an NGO would like to help also our coastal communities. So right now we are campaigning for increasing fish catch by fish aggregated device. So on our own, we fishermen to have increase in fish. But to install that, you need to get permission from the local government. You get to have permits. So that way we sell them, okay, can we be partner for the livelihood? So it's easy to get permits from them, because the things that we are doing is for the community, their fisher folks, their constituents. So that's our strategy on partnership. It's so difficult to get money from budget from the government. So we as an NGO would get partnerships from other international groups, or right now the companies, the for-profit companies are always talking to us to corporate social responsibility, but their budget is limited. I will tell them, okay, let's partner project, but what's your budget? We work on the budget, because when we send the proposal, it took us like 2 months to communicate at the end that the budget is limited. So we say, okay, we want to partner, give us your budget so we can work. So because also of the pandemic. and it's very interesting to really look at in the academe, the researches that we have been doing with our community, how we can increase the value market, not just local but international. A friend of mine is like selling imported crafts from Colombia, because they are more creative, colorful. So how about we also promote Indonesia products as well as Philippines to Indonesia. So something like that, So it's not just one way.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Mr. Dan. Any question from the members?
I have a question.
Okay, please, Dr. Fazli.
I have a question to Architect Busmente. In your presentation just now, you did mention that in one of the church conservation project, the local people felt unhappy. I wasn't sure with the change of color or maybe with the project. Was it a mere skepticism to modernization or development, or is there any sensitive issue that make them feel unhappy?
I think it's because it was the first time that they saw their church restored after about 270 plus years, and it was a cultural shock to them that suddenly it looks new. So they thought it was painted, and they were. It's also because the Philippines at that time is not aware of what conservation is. So I think that's one of our learnings in the cultural agencies, that our stakeholdership meeting and the information drive, we were weak in that portion. So I think that's one of the things that impacted us in the cultural agencies.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I think back in 2020, I saw a presentation, a seminar, which related to Aceh architecture. So, in the village, the architect changed the roof, of the Minangkabau roof from the color one into white color. So then I asked why they changed into white color. So is it intentionally or is it, by practice? So when I saw the wall that your team restored the churches to become white, then I think I can relate to that.
I think the white color for the walls is because of the lime plaster that was actually used in the olden times. However, the change of the color of the roof, I think, is more of the practice of green architecture today. Because of reflecting the heat.
Yes.
So I guess those are the cultural shocks that we encounter.
Yep, same here. Thank you, Architect Busmanti, for your answer.
Thank you for your question.
Okay. Any more question to our speaker? I have question to Dr. Siti Sarah. Well, as you said, the issues that you brought out is quite interesting, because the big brand, they just claim that it's their design, just now designed in Italy. They are big names, but what is in Europe, how best that they address this? Is there any platform or society that, to assist this kind of thing not to happen again?
I think the current movement that is happening right now is Give Credit. You can check. It's also like a EU Commission funded project where they provide help to communities that have their design being appropriated by big companies. And of course they make a platform and they call these companies to explain themselves. So like, for example, in the case of Louis Vuitton, they actually started to say, we're going to collaborate with the Tenago de Doria people. And yes, of course, these community groups, they are usually more like a local villager, so they are not really aware of their rights of the things. Like sometimes we kind of like, I'm really happy that people are using our design, but they have to ask for more. Like it's not just happy that people use the element that we have, but people have to recognize where this element is coming from. And it's really important to start early, especially in the design process. And this is actually where what my interest and also my work right now is focusing is to focus on the design aspect. So they are current movement in terms of legality. So it's more for also UNESCO is part of it, where they try to help to offer, like they are like, it's an ongoing work. Of course, it's still like, it's quite sad that it's only happening like right now, but there are ongoing talks in terms of making who own this knowledge. So this is actually the problematic part, because when you talk about writing, you have the authorship.
Yes.
But then when you have a local community, their local knowledge, which is localized to them, but we don't have any clear ownership, and there's no legal document saying this is ours. But of course, when you look at the intangible cultural heritage from UNESCO, then you can identify this element. So there are different things that is going on more on the cultural heritage aspect. But what I'm really working on is on the design aspect, because I think designers, and also we are designing for the future, but we need to be aware of the elements that we took from the past and we integrate in our design. And it's actually, we should look at it as an opportunity to first enrich our design, but not by just putting our name, like what the like our speaker, like keynote speaker mentioned, is it's about diversity. Society 5.0 is about diversity. Like you collaborate, like, people collaborate all the time. And actually, if you show that you are collaborating with a lot of different communities, with people, it's actually enriching your design more than if you're just saying, this is my own design, which is really like in the old ways of doing design. So it's not about individualistic brands anymore. It's really about how much you as a designer enrich not just yourself, the local community, and also the other communities in general. Yeah, that's my current view on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Siti Sarah. Okay, any more question from Dr. Helena, Dr. Shasha, Dr. Rita? Okay, my question to Architect Busmanti, just now you highlight to me that they are one only contractor that have that one technology. Let me see, jumbo jet technology. Why is that?
Apparently, that was what I was told during the time that they were doing the construction. It was only one contractor who can conduct that kind of methodology, because I think it was injecting cement into the foundations and it had to search all the crevices. So I guess they were the only one with a machine to do that.
So when they are the only contractor who have those technologies, so does it reflect to the cost of the restoration, architect?
I suppose there is also that factor that since they monopolize that kind of industry, then there is a cost to it, because if you get an outside contractor from another country, that would be more expensive.
Okay, thank you very much, architect. So I have a question to Mr. Dan. So Mr. Dan, for the eco bricks and also the lighting from solar bottle lighting, I mean, is it being commercialized in the big scale or how currently?
Okay, yeah, Shamzani, thank you. The Eco Bricks, even without machines. So we have a very strong group in. They are trainers on Eco. Lamp, just cutter, pliers, and the needed electronic parts. So yes, we are training even online and provide the circuit and the PowerPoint do-it-yourself project. So it's very doable. And if there are interested, do reach out and we can exchange contacts and set up ways to transfer the skills, and also do it there. For Hero of Light and Eco Bricks, we can connect to local Indonesian trainers in Indonesia. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dan, for sharing. Maybe perhaps a last question to Madam Asdiani. So, do you think when you put up color different scheme in Mahalah room among the students, will that improve student motivation, especially during the COVID time, because I mean, from my past experience, when I stuck at home, everything is online, I also feel demotivated. So do you think colors and also redeco the student room would help them to study better?
Thank you for the question. Actually, the thing about deco and ID, for your information, during COVID time, our business is not affect. Okay, because we got more project when people sit at home, looking the environment. They suddenly call us to make over the house. I even got my client from 2015. We need to do again the house, remodel the house. Okay, so meaning it's not happen only for student who live in the mahala room that is very small. The color is very dull and boring. Okay, so if we learn from interior design color psychology, each color identify each mood. For example, if you use dark, then you will feel a bit gloomy, but you can also add some light to give ambience for the room. And then if you choose the best color to sleep is blue, green, and yellow. So it depends on people how to use the color to enhance the mood in the room. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Azani. So I think if there's no question, so thank you so much for all the speakers. So we move to our last agenda, that is closing remarks by our head of department, by Assistant Professor TS Dr. Arita Hanim Awang. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for to the MC, to the convener to introduce me, and also thank you very much to Dr. Halina for inviting me to give the closing remarks. Actually, this is the second DAC symposium, and I'm very happy because in the second symposium we have a lot of international participants. Yeah, and thank you to all of the department members who contacted their networking to do this sharing today, and it's very beneficial. I'm sorry that I cannot join earlier because I have another meeting, but I'm happy that I can really enjoy the feedback that I get. Okay, the feedback that I got from the members that keep on coming in the WhatsApp group, that is very good sharing throughout the event. I would like to take this opportunity to give my appreciation to all of the speakers, starting from the keynote speech, Professor Datuk T.S. Dr. Ahmad Rafi Muhammad Ishaq, to Mr. Wael Sabri, from Sustainable Earth Building Expert and Innovation Manager Takamis Jambahat, Assistant Prof. Dr. Nur Zalifa Zainal Abidin. This is the expert that we have in-house, and we hope that she will be give more sharing after this. To Ms. Wafa Al-Hudifi from Department of Architecture and Interior Design, University Nizwa Sultanate Oman. I will also, actually I am one of the supervisor for her thesis. Okay, our alumni, Madam Nur Ezdiani binti Shukran Jamil from Ilusi Hafiz Design Semenyi. Architect Mary Busmenti from University of Santo Tomas Espana Manila. Mr. Dan Diaz from the founder from Sustainable Energy Enterprise Development for Community, SEED4Com. And last but not least, Dr. Sarah Suib, Siti Sarah Suib from Brussels, Belgium. thank you very much for all of your sharing, and this is very beneficial not only for us today but for the future generation. And I think that university have to play a lot of role in order to make sure that this awareness have to be conveyed to all of our generation. Means that if we are in the design community, so this future designers is our responsibility in terms of giving them awareness, and also to give them guideline on how they can really practice what they have been given input on. Okay, and this is can be concluded that successful event for me, because we can really have sharing from different time zone. Okay, we can actually have a different time zone, and this sharing is actually live. It is not recorded, and it's very good feedback from the student and also all of the community. We will share this recording to all of our partners here, so that this recording can be shared with your community, so that whatever we shared today can be given to a lot of audience and more larger community. More awareness can be created, and we hope that with this awareness, a better community for the future can be realized, inshallah. I think this is my closing remarks for today, and hope for more future collaboration, inshallah. Yeah.
Sorry. With the closing remarks given by Assistant Professor TS Dr. Larita Hanim Awang just now, it marks the end of our second Design Arts and Craftsmanship Symposium DACS 2021. I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to all our keynote speech, Professor Datuk TS Dr. Ahmad Rafi, Muhammad Ishaq, and then we have our special note, Mr. Wa'id Sabri, and the rest of our speakers, from Malaysia, from Philippines, Mr. Dan, Architect Busmanti, Sister, Madam Edziani, Dr. Sarah Shuib, and
From Oman.
From Oman. So this year we really push international, and I'm hoping that the outcome from this symposium, we could have more collaboration, in more dialogues perhaps, and maybe to be included in our part of the input lecture, in our subject, inshallah. Okay, so can we have our last online photography session? So I hope all the members can open up your camera so that our committee can take online photography.
Yes, sure. So please turn on your camera, everyone.
So we have to wear mask or not?
We have to, because we are quite close.
Oh, okay. So I'm okay.
With mask. Okay,
no need.
Okay.
So everyone, please switch on the camera. Okay. Okay, smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, another one. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank our head of department, Dr. Rita Hanimawang, our department members, our fellow students committee for giving all the supports to make today's event a success. So I hope that we could meet up again next year, inshallah, in the same platform in 2022. And with that, I close today's session by reciting Surah Wal-As and Tasbih Kifarah. Do keep in touch. Take care. So inshallah, more collaboration will come. So
Yes, thank you very
take care, everybody.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Bye.
It was a pleasure to have all of you here.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum. Bye-bye.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Bye everyone.
Bye, Sarah. Bye, Prof. AR
Dan.
Busmente. Dan. Yes.
Yeah.
Wafa.
Dr. Sarah, take care.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Bye.